Mile 88 wasn't supposed to feel like this. I remember the exact moment I noticed something was wrong. My headlights cut through the rain, slicing across empty highway asphalt, and the radio in my patrol car crackled once, then went silent again. No follow-up, no dispatch clarification, just that one line that stuck in my head like a thorn. Stranded vehicle reported at mile 88. Possible injury. Respond immediately. Simple call, routine. I've done it 100 times. But the road ahead didn't feel routine. The rain was coming down hard, like someone was pouring it straight out of the sky in heavy sheets. Wipers moved left and right, struggling to keep up. The world outside my windshield looked washed out, almost wrong, like the highway wasn't fully real tonight. I checked my speed, checked my mirrors, nothing behind me, nothing ahead except the long stretch of wet road. Then I saw the first mile marker. White sign, reflective, sitting just off the right shoulder. Mile 86. I frowned without thinking. That didn't match. Mile 88 was supposed to be 2 miles ahead. I had just passed 87 a few minutes ago, I think. I slowed down slightly, eyes narrowing. The rain made everything harder to trust, even my own memory. Still, I radioed in. Dispatch, I'm approaching mile 86 now. I think your marker info might be off. Static answered me. Not the normal static. This was heavier, thicker, like the radio was full of water. Then a voice came through. Unit 14, confirm location. I glanced at the sign again. Mile 86, I said. A pause. Too long. Then dispatch replied, calm as ever. Copy, continue to mile 88. I exhaled slowly. Fine, maybe I misread it. Rain does that, darkness does that. I kept driving, but the road started feeling repetitive. Another mile passed. Another sign appeared. Mile 86. Same exact design, same tilt, same scratch near the bottom. I slowed again. My grip tightened on the wheel. That's impossible, I muttered. I looked back in my mirror. Empty road. I drove forward again. And then it happened again. Mile 86. Same spot. Same angle. Same world refusing to move forward. A small pressure built behind my eyes. I checked my odometer. It was moving normally. My speed was steady. No detours, no turns. But the road was not agreeing with me. I radioed again. Dispatch, I'm passing mile 86 repeatedly. Something's wrong with the markers. Static. Then slowly. Unit 14, you are cleared to mile 88. Please proceed. I let out a short laugh, but it didn't feel normal. Yeah, I'm trying. I pressed forward harder. The rain got worse. The windshield fogged slightly at the edges, even with the defrost on full. And then finally something changed. A new sign appeared. Mile 87. Relief hit me instantly. I actually exhaled like I had been holding my breath without noticing. Okay, I whispered, there it is. I kept going, but my relief didn't last long, because mile 87 looked older. The paint was faded, the reflective surface cracked, like it had been sitting there for years. I slowed down again. The second I passed it, my radio clicked. Not static this time. A voice, but not dispatch. It was a man. Low, wet, close. Don't come to 88. I slammed the brakes so hard my seatbelt pulled across my chest. The car stopped in the middle of the road. Rain hammered the roof. I stared at the radio. Say again, I asked slowly. Only static now. I looked around outside. Nothing, just highway, trees bending under the rain, darkness pressing in from both sides like it was alive. I forced myself to breathe. Then I started moving again. Because I had a job. because someone was stranded, because ignoring it was worse than whatever this was. But the next sign made my stomach drop. Mile 88. Finally, except it didn't feel like arrival. It felt like I had been dropped into the wrong place. The sign wasn't just there. It looked newer than everything else. Too new. Clean paint, sharp edges, like it had been installed minutes ago. I slowed to a crawl. My headlights washed over it, and I noticed something written underneath the number. Small, hand-painted. You are here. I swallowed hard. That's not normal, I said out loud, even though nobody was in the car with me. My radio crackled again. This time, dispatch sounded different. Softer. Closer. Unit 14, do you see the stranded vehicle? I scanned the road ahead. Nothing. Just rain and darkness, and the endless stretch of wet asphalt. No, I said, there's nothing here. Silence. Then dispatch replied. You are parked next to it. My head snapped to the right. At first I saw nothing. Just trees. Then headlights reflected back at me. A vehicle. Sitting just off the shoulder. A sedan. Hazard lights blinking weakly. I hadn't seen it approach. I hadn't passed it. It was just there. Like it had always been there. My throat went dry. I stepped out of the patrol car. Rain hit me instantly, cold and heavy, soaking through my uniform. My boots splashed in shallow water as I walked closer. The sedan's windows were fogged from the inside, but I could see movement. Someone inside. I approached slowly, hand near my flashlight. Then I noticed something strange. The license plate. It was blurred. Not dirty. Not unreadable. Just smeared, like the numbers couldn't stay in place. I knocked on the driver's window. Once. Twice. Inside, the figure turned toward me. And for a second, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. It looked like a man, but his face kept shifting, like my eyes couldn't lock onto it. He rolled the window down halfway. Rain poured inside immediately. Help me, he said. His voice sounded like it came from underwater. What happened? I asked. I've been here since mile 88, he said. I froze. That doesn't make sense, I replied. I just got here. He blinked slowly, then smiled. I know. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the rain. I stepped back slightly. Where are you stranded from? I asked. The man tilted his head, and for a moment he looked past me. Not at me. Behind me. At the road. Mile 88, he repeated. I turned instinctively, looked at the highway behind me, and my patrol car was gone. My stomach dropped so fast I felt it in my chest. I spun back around. The sedan was still there, but the man inside wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking forward, at the empty passenger seat beside him, like someone was already sitting there. My radio exploded with static. Then a final message came through. Clear. Too clear. Unit 14, confirm arrival at mile 88. I stared at the empty road behind me. The rain suddenly felt louder. Closer. Almost inside my ears. And then I realized something I wish I hadn't. The mile 88 sign was no longer behind me. It was in front of me. Again, like I had never crossed it at all. The first thing I checked wasn't the road. It was the dash cam. My hand was shaking slightly as I pulled it up on the screen inside the patrol car. Rain kept hammering the roof, steady and heavy, like it was trying to press the whole world flat. I shouldn't have been looking at footage while I was still out here. I knew that. But after mile 88, after that man in the car, I needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The recording loaded. Timestamp normal. Location tag, Route 18, mile 8788 stretch. Everything looked fine at first. My car, my headlights, the empty road stretching ahead. I exhaled slowly. Okay, I whispered, just a glitch. Then I saw myself on the screen. Driving. Steady hands, focused, normal. But something about it made my stomach tighten. The road looked too clean. Too straight. Like it didn't match what I remembered seeing outside. I leaned closer. The dashcam showed me passing a mile marker. Mile 87. Same cracked sign. Same rain-slick shine. Everything matched except the feeling. Because I remembered that moment differently. In my memory, I had slowed down there. But in the footage, I didn't slow at all. I just kept going. I frowned. Why did I not slow down? I muttered. I scrubbed back a few seconds. Watched again. Same result. No hesitation, no brake lights, no scan of the sign. Just smooth, steady driving. Like I was on autopilot. A cold feeling crawled up my spine. I leaned back in the seat. Okay, I said under my breath, that's not right. I checked outside the windshield. Same rain. Same empty highway. Same mile 88 sign somewhere behind me, like it was waiting again. I turned back to the dash cam. And that's when the second problem showed up. The footage jumped. Not a normal cut. Not a glitch line. It was like the road skipped space. Suddenly, I was seeing myself pass mile 87 again. But from the same direction. I blinked. Paused it. Rewound slowly. Frame by frame. There it was. Me. Driving past mile 87. Then me again. Same car. Same angle. Same headlights. Two versions of the same moment. Back to back. I felt my mouth go dry. That's impossible, I said out loud. I leaned closer until my face was almost touching the screen. The first pass looked normal. But the second pass, something was different. My patrol car's roof light flickered in the second version. But it wasn't flickering in real time outside. I turned my head quickly toward my own roof light. Solid red glow. No flicker. My heartbeat jumped. I looked back at the screen. The flicker was still there. Only in the footage. I scrubbed forward. My hands were moving faster now. A little too fast. The footage showed something worse. After passing mile 87 the first time, I kept driving. But instead of moving forward, the dashcam showed me, turning around. I froze. No, I whispered. I checked the recording timestamp again. It hadn't stopped. It hadn't cut. It was continuous. But in the footage, I was clearly turning the patrol car around on the highway. Slowly, carefully, like I had made a decision I didn't remember making. I felt my throat tighten. I didn't turn around, I said firmly. I looked outside again. Straight road. Rain. Darkness. No turn. No exit. No shoulder wide enough to even do that. I looked back at the screen. The second version of me was now driving in the opposite direction. Headlights pointed the wrong way. Back toward mile 87. Back toward something I hadn't chosen. My hands clenched the steering wheel in real time. My breath got shallow. That's not me, I muttered. That's not. But I stopped. Because I noticed something else. In the second pass, My face was visible in the dashcam reflection. And I wasn't looking at the road. I was looking directly at the camera. Like I knew I was being watched. Like I had been aware the whole time. A cold pressure built in my chest. I hit pause again. Zoomed in on my face. My eyes in the footage were not focused on driving. They were calm. Too calm. Like I already knew how this ended. A sudden crack of thunder shook the car. I flinched hard. The radio hissed again. But I ignored it. My focus was stuck on the screen. I scrubbed further. The footage showed me arriving again at mile 88. Except this time I didn't stop. I drove right past it. Like it wasn't important. Like the stranded vehicle didn't exist. My stomach twisted. That's not what happened, I said quickly. I remember stopping. I remember the man in the car. I remember stepping out into the rain. But the dashcam didn't. It showed me driving past everything. No stop. No interaction. Just continuing forward like the call never existed. My breathing got uneven. I looked up again. Outside, mile 88 sign was gone. My headlights only showed empty road. No, 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 I whispered. I checked mirrors. Nothing. I turned back to the dashcam again. And that's when everything broke. The footage zoomed in by itself. No touch. No input. Just sudden digital movement, like something inside the system was waking up. It zoomed into the road ahead. And I saw it. The patrol car in the footage. My patrol car. But it was empty. No driver. No me. Just rolling forward down the highway. Lights on. Engine running. Moving without anyone inside. My blood went cold. I looked at my own hands, gripping the steering wheel in real life. Then back at the screen. Empty car. Same model. Same number. But hollow. Where am I? I whispered. The radio clicked. This time the voice came through clear. No static. No distortion. Just calm. Unit 14, you are observing incorrectly. I snapped my head toward the radio. Who is this? I demanded. A pause. Then, you already passed mile 88. My pulse jumped. I stopped there, I said quickly. I spoke to someone. Silence. Then the radio responded softly. No, you recorded yourself not stopping. My hands went numb. I looked back at the dashcam screen. The footage had changed again. Now it showed me sitting inside the car, staring at the dashcam screen, watching myself not stop. A loop. A loop that didn't make sense. My vision blurred slightly. I rubbed my face hard. Okay, I said under my breath. This is just a recording error, just a glitch. But even as I said it, I knew I didn't believe it. The dashcam kept playing. And now it showed something new. The highway behind me. But it wasn't empty. There was another patrol car. Following me. Close. Too close. Identical model. Identical lights. Same unit number. I turned around instantly in real life. Nothing behind me. Just rain and darkness. I turned back to the screen. The second car was still there, following me in the footage like it had always been there. I zoomed in and saw something inside it. A figure, sitting in the driver's seat, wearing my uniform. But the face wasn't mine. It looked older, worn down, like it had been driving longer than I ever had. And then the worst part happened. The figure in the second car slowly turned its head toward the dash cam. toward me, and mouthed something silently. 3 words. I couldn't hear it, but I understood it anyway. Don't turn back. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. The dashcam abruptly cut to black. Just like that. No warning. No fade. Black screen. Then a final timestamp appeared. End of loop 1. My fingers went cold on the steering wheel. Loop. That word didn't feel like a word anymore. It felt like a place. A trap. A structure I had already walked into without realizing. The radio clicked again. But this time it wasn't dispatch. It was my own voice. Coming through the speaker. Calm. Flat. Far too calm. Unit 14, continue to mile 88. I stared at the empty highway ahead. Rain blurred everything into one endless sheet of gray. And somewhere inside that rain, I could feel the road repeating itself again, waiting for me to drive it wrong. I saw him before the radio even spoke. A shape in the rain, standing right on the center line of the highway, not moving, not reacting, just waiting. Then he started walking. Straight into traffic. Into me. My foot came off the accelerator without thinking. The patrol car slowed, tires hissing on wet asphalt, headlights locked onto him. And that's when I noticed something wrong. He wasn't avoiding the cars. He was walking through them. A truck came first. Fast, too fast for this weather. It hit him directly. Or it should have. But his body didn't move. Didn't even flinch. The truck passed through him like he was made of fog. I froze. My hands tightened on the wheel so hard my fingers hurt. What the hell, I whispered. The truck kept going. No brake lights. No reaction. The driver didn't swerve, didn't slow down. Like nothing was there at all. But I saw him. Clear as anything. A man in a dark jacket, hood soaked in rain, head slightly lowered like he was focused on something only he could see. And he kept walking, step by step, into the oncoming lane. Another car came, screeching tires this time. It tried to avoid him, swerved hard, but still passed through him midair, like he wasn't part of the world anymore. My chest tightened. I pulled the patrol car closer to the shoulder, slowing to almost a stop. Dispatch, I said into the radio, voice low. There's a man on mile 88 highway, walking into traffic. He's not being hit. Static answered first. Then a voice. Calm. Too calm. Unit 14, confirm visual. I'm looking at him right now, I said. I swallowed hard. Another car passed him, same result. No impact. No sound. Just empty motion through empty space. Then the man turned his head. Slowly. Toward me. Even through the rain and headlights, I felt it immediately. He knew I was there. My breath caught. For a second everything else faded. Cars, rain, radio, all of it blurred. It was just me and him. He raised one hand. Not waving. Not asking for help. Just pointing. At my patrol car. My stomach dropped. Don't look at him, I told myself quietly. But I was already looking. He started walking toward me now. Directly into the lane I was in. A semi-truck came behind him. Huge, fast, impossible to stop. It hit him full force. Or it should have. But again, nothing. The truck passed straight through him, like he was made of light that forgot how to exist. My mind tried to reject it. No physics made sense here. No system. No logic. Just him. Still walking. Closer now. I backed the patrol car up instinctively. Tires slid slightly on the wet road. The radio clicked again. But this time, it wasn't dispatch. It was a whisper. Very close. Almost inside the car. "Do not stop." I jerked my head toward the radio. "What?" I snapped. No reply. The man was closer now. Close enough that I could see details in his face. Or what should have been his face. It kept shifting. Like my eyes couldn't decide what version of him to lock onto. One moment he looked young. Next moment older. Next moment almost hollow. Like the idea of a face instead of a real one. I stepped on the brake harder. The patrol car came to a full stop. Rain hit the windshield like thousands of tiny fingers. He was right in front of me now, standing in the middle of both lanes. Cars still passed through him behind, honking, screeching, ignoring everything, except me, only me. He tilted his head slightly and spoke, but I didn't hear it through sound. I heard it inside my chest. "You're early." My throat went dry. "What do you mean?" I said out loud, even though I wasn't sure he could hear me. He took one step closer. A car passed through his body again. Still no reaction. "You stopped at mile 88, he said. I felt my pulse spike. "That's impossible," I said quickly. "I never." But I stopped. Because I remembered the man in the stranded car. The mile 88 sign that moved. The dashcam loop. My thoughts started breaking apart, like they couldn't stay in one shape. He lifted his hand again. Pointed behind me. I turned my head instinctively. Nothing there. Just empty road fatting into rain. But when I looked back, he was closer. Too close. His face almost at my windshield. And then he whispered something different. Not words. A pattern. Like a memory being forced into my head. I saw it. For a split second. Me. Standing outside my patrol car. Talking to him. No, not him. The stranded driver. But it was wrong. Because now I wasn't the officer. I was the one standing on the road. Getting passed through by cars. Like I wasn't supposed to be solid either. I gasped and pulled back. "What is this?" I whispered. The man didn't move. He just watched me struggle. Like he had seen this reaction before. A lot. The radio cracked again. Dispatch voice returned. But it sounded strained now. "Unit 14, report status." I grabbed the radio instantly. "I've got a pedestrian walking through traffic. He's not being hit. Nothing is making contact with him." A pause. Long enough to feel wrong. Then dispatch replied. "There is no pedestrian on that highway." My blood turned cold. I looked up immediately. He was still there. Right outside the windshield. Smiling slightly now. Like he heard them too. I slammed my hand on the radio. "Are you blind? He's right in front of me." Silence. Then a second voice came through. My voice. Calm. Flat. Same tone as before. "You are describing a recorded event." My breath stopped. I looked at the dashcam screen. It was still running. I didn't want to check it. But I did anyway. And I saw myself. Driving. Approaching the same stretch of road. But there was no man on the screen. No pedestrian. No traffic anomaly. Just empty highway. Perfect rain. Perfect motion. Normal patrol. I looked back outside. He was still there. But something had changed. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking slightly past me, like I wasn't the main thing in this moment, like I was just one layer of it. He spoke again. "This is the part where you choose." My hands shook. "Choose what?" I asked. The rain got louder. Or maybe I just noticed it more. He stepped closer to the hood of my patrol car. And for the first time, a vehicle slowed down behind him. A real one. Brake lights flaring. The driver finally saw him. Or at least thought they did. The car swerved hard. And hit nothing. Same result. Passing straight through. But this time I saw something else. A flicker in the driver's face. A moment of confusion. Like they briefly remembered something they weren't supposed to. Then the car kept going. Normal again. Forgotten. The man looked at me. "You see me," he said quietly. I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure if seeing him was a good thing anymore. He pointed at my dashboard. At the dash cam. "Turn it off." My fingers hesitated. Something inside me wanted to obey. But something else resisted. "What happens if I do?" I asked. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, "You'll keep remembering." That hit me harder than anything else. Remembering what? I didn't know, but I already felt it happening. Pieces of moments that didn't match reality, overlapping in my head, like two versions of my life were trying to exist at the same time. My hand slowly moved toward the dashcam button, but before I could touch it, the man stepped back. Just one step, and the entire world shifted. The highway behind him changed. Subtly, at first, then more clearly. The lane markings stretched longer. The rain slowed slightly. The cars passing through him became fewer. Like the road itself was deciding what version of reality to stay in. My chest tightened. "What is happening?" I whispered. He looked at me one last time and said, "You already chose once." Then he turned and started walking away. Not into traffic this time, but along it. And every step he took, the road behind him looked more wrong. Like it was forgetting how to stay real. I reached for the radio again. But before I could speak, my own voice came through it again. Soft, calm, final. Continue to mile 88. And in the rain ahead, I saw the mile 88 sign again. Closer than it should be. Waiting like it had never moved at all. The radio said I was still at the station. But I was staring at mile 88. Standing right in the rain. Watching it happen in real time. And dispatch kept repeating it like it was the only truth left in the world. "Unit 14, you are still in the station. Please confirm status." I looked at my patrol car first, then at the empty highway, then at my own shaking hands. "No," I said into the radio voice tight. "I am on Route 18, mile 88. I'm outside the vehicle right now." Silence hit back instantly. Not static this time. Something heavier. Like the system itself stopped breathing. Then dispatch replied. "Calm. Too calm. Copy, you are in the station bay." My throat went dry. I turned slowly toward my patrol car. It was still there. Idling. Rain dripping off the hood. Normal. But the moment I looked back at the radio screen, my stomach dropped. The GPS map was wrong. Not slightly wrong. Completely wrong. It showed a building. A small rectangle blinking green. State Trooper Station, Unit 14 parked. I blinked hard. "No," I whispered, "that's not where I am." I tapped the screen, zoomed out, zoomed in again. Same result. According to the system, I was parked inside the station garage. Not on the highway. Not at mile 88. Inside. My breathing got uneven. I stepped away from the patrol car slowly. Rain hit my face harder now, like it was trying to remind me where I was standing. The mile 88 sign stayed ahead of me. Still too close. Still wrong. I grabbed the radio again. Dispatch, check your system. I am not at the station. I am on active roadside response. I have a visual on mile 88 marker. A pause. Long. Then dispatch replied. But the voice changed slightly. Not tone. Structure. Like it was reading from something instead of speaking. Unit 14, you are logged as inactive. Vehicle is parked. Engine off. No movement recorded. My head snapped toward the patrol car. Engine on. Lights on. Wipers moving. Exactly opposite of what they were saying. I am literally looking at my car right now, I snapped. Another pause. Then something worse. A second voice came through the radio. Not dispatch. Not static. My voice. Soft. Calm. Like it was coming from someone sitting exactly where I was supposed to be. You are confusing recorded state with current state. My hands went cold. I looked down at the radio like it was something dangerous. That's not me, I whispered. But even saying it didn't feel real anymore. Because I could hear it. That second version of me. Clearer than dispatch now. Like it had stronger signal strength. You never left the station, it continued. You are still inside the loop. I took a step back without thinking. Boots hit wet asphalt. Splash echoed too loud. Loop, I said out loud. The radio didn't answer immediately. Instead, the dashboard flickered. Just for a second. And I saw it. The inside of a garage. Bright fluorescent lights. My patrol car parked neatly in a bay. Dry floor. No rain. No highway. And me, sitting inside the car, staring at the dashcam screen. Exactly like before. But then, it snapped back. Rain. Highway. Mile 88 sign. I gasped. My heart hammered so hard it felt like it was inside my throat. No, I'm outside, I said quickly. I'm outside right now. But my voice didn't feel stable anymore. Like it wasn't sure where it belonged. The radio crackled again. Dispatch returned. But slower now. Careful. Unit 14, we are not receiving any field transmission. I froze. I am transmitting right now, I said. Another pause. Then, we are receiving only station audio. My stomach dropped. What does that mean? I asked. No answer. Instead, the radio switched channels automatically. A channel I didn't select. Channel 9. The rainstorm channel. But it wasn't weather reports. It was something else. My own breathing. Captured. Looped. Playing back inside the system. I stepped toward the patrol car instinctively. Inside, the radio speaker was echoing my own voice from moments earlier. I am on Route 18. I am at mile 88. But it sounded wrong. Delayed. Like it had already happened somewhere else. I reached the door handle. Stopped. Because I noticed something. The windshield. There was no reflection of me in it. Not properly. The glass showed the road behind me. But not my body. Not my silhouette. Nothing standing there. I slowly looked down at myself. Hands. Arms. uniform, all there, but the glass refused to acknowledge me. I whispered, "I'm not being recorded properly." The radio responded instantly. "You are being recorded correctly." My breath caught. "Then why does nothing match?" I asked. The answer came slower this time, almost patient. "Because you are between states." A cold silence followed that. Even the rain seemed quieter for a moment. I backed away from the patrol car again, looking between it and the road, trying to anchor myself in something real. But everything felt like it was splitting. Two versions of the same scene. One where I was on the highway, and one where I never left the station. My head started hurting, deep pressure behind my eyes. Then the radio spoke again. Not dispatch. Not my voice. Something new. Something older. Unit 14, return to dock. I froze. Dock, I repeated. Static answered first. Then a faint image flashed on the dashboard screen again. The station garage. The patrol car bay. And something standing behind my parked car. A shape. Waiting. I stepped back instantly. "What is that?" I asked out loud. No answer. The image disappeared. Rain came back. Harder now. The mile 88 sign looked closer again. Too close. Like it had moved while I wasn't paying attention. I turned the radio volume down slightly. A mistake. Because the moment I did, everything outside got louder. The rain, the highway hum, and something else underneath it. A faint overlapping sound. Multiple radios speaking at once. Different versions of me. All saying different things. I am at mile 88. I never left the station. I saw him walking through traffic. I am still parked. My hands went to my head. "Stop," I said quietly. "Stop it." But it didn't stop. It layered instead. Stacked voices. Stacked realities. Then one voice cut through everything. Clear. Close. Behind me. Not the radio this time. The man from mile 88. "You're not supposed to hear all of them at once." I spun around instantly. Rain blurred everything. At first I saw nothing. Then he appeared, standing a few steps behind me. Not walking. Just there. Like he had been waiting for the moment I turned. I took a step back. "You again," I said, voice tight. He tilted his head slightly. "Not again," he said softly, still. My chest tightened. "What does that mean?" I demanded. He looked past me. At the patrol car. At the radio. At something I couldn't see. "You are splitting," he said. "Each time you reject the loop, another version of you continues it." My throat went dry. "That's not possible." He didn't argue. Just nodded slightly. Like he expected that answer. Then he added, "That's why dispatch thinks you never left." My mind snapped toward the radio. Slow realization creeping in. "Because one of me didn't," I whispered. He didn't answer, but the silence was enough confirmation. I looked down at my hands again. They looked normal, but I didn't feel normal anymore. I felt duplicated, like I was being copied and edited in real time. The radio crackled one last time. Dispatch voice returned. "Final. Official. Cold. Unit 14 is confirmed at station. End field transmission." My heart stopped for a second. I looked at the patrol car. At the highway. At mile 88 sign still waiting in the rain. And I understood something I didn't want to understand. One version of me was still inside that garage. Still sitting. Still thinking I never left. And that version was winning. Mile 88 wasn't behind me anymore. It was in front of me again. But the number had changed. My headlights washed over the sign slowly as I rolled forward, and my stomach dropped before my brain even caught up. Mile 77. I slammed the brake lightly without meaning to. The patrol car slowed. Rain hit the windshield harder, like the world itself leaned in to watch. "No, that's not right," I whispered. I looked back. The road behind me was gone. Not physically gone, still there, still stretching into darkness, but it didn't feel like it led anywhere real anymore. It felt disconnected, like someone had cut the highway out of the world and stitched it back in the wrong direction. I grabbed the radio. Static answered first. Then dispatch came in, calm as always. "Unit 14, confirm location." I swallowed hard. Mile 77, but I was just at 88. A pause. Too long. Then, "There is no mile 88 in your current route." My grip tightened. "I literally stopped there," I said. "I saw a stranded vehicle. I spoke to a man. You have my dash cam." The radio cut me off. Softly, almost gently. "You are currently on mile 77. I looked outside again. The sign was still there. Bright, clean, like it had always been mile 77. But I remembered it differently. I remembered 88. I remembered the man in the rain. I remembered the loop. My head started hurting again, like my thoughts were being pressed from both sides. I stepped out of the patrol car without fully realizing it. Rain hit my face instantly. Cold, sharp, alive. The moment my boots touched the road, something felt off. The asphalt was too smooth, too uniform, like it wasn't aging anymore, like it had stopped participating in reality. I walked toward the sign. Each step echoed too softly, like sound didn't belong here. When I reached it, I touched it. Metal, cold, real, but the number, 77, it looked like it had been repainted recently. Fresh paint, no rust, no history. I stepped back slowly. "This is wrong," I said out loud. The radio in the car crackled behind me. But it wasn't dispatch this time. It was my voice again. Calm, detached. "You are adjusting." I turned instantly. "No, I'm not," I snapped. Silence. Then the voice continued. "You are correcting displacement." My chest tightened. I walked back to the patrol car quickly. Rain blurred my vision slightly now, or maybe it was my mind. Inside the car, the dashcam screen flickered on by itself. I didn't touch it. It just activated. And what I saw made my breath stop. The footage showed the highway, but the mile marker behind me was different. Mile 76. I blinked. Outside, I turned my head. The sign I had just touched was now 76. My knees felt weak for a second. "That's not possible," I whispered. I got in the car fast, slammed the door, locked it, but the locking sound echoed wrong. Too slow, like it was happening after I already decided it should be locked. I looked forward. The road ahead stretched out into rain and darkness, but something about it had changed. The perspective, the depth, it felt shorter, compressed, like the distance between me and the horizon was shrinking. I pressed the accelerator slowly. The car moved, but the world didn't respond the same way anymore. I passed mile 76, then 75. Each sign looked newer, as if I wasn't traveling forward. I was traveling backward through time that didn't admit it was time. The radio clicked again. Dispatch spoke, but now there was hesitation in the voice. Unit 14, your movement is inconsistent with recorded mapping. I exhaled sharply. I am driving forward, I said. A pause. Then, you are moving opposite of expected progression. I looked at the road again. Something clicked in my chest. Expected progression. Not actual movement. Not physical travel. Just expectation. Like the system already decided where I should be. And I was no longer matching it. The mile marker ahead appeared. Then 73. But I noticed something worse. The numbers were not just decreasing. They were wrong. They didn't feel like distance markers anymore. They felt like steps in something collapsing. Like the highway was counting down instead of forward. And I was inside the countdown. The rain suddenly got heavier. Not louder. Heavier. Like weight instead of water. The windshield wipers struggled. Then slowed. Then stopped for half a second before restarting. I gripped the wheel tighter. Come on, I whispered, stay normal. But nothing stayed normal. The radio crackled again. This time, my voice didn't come through. Instead, I heard something else. Breathing. Not mine. Someone listening. Very close. Inside the system. I turned the volume down slightly by instinct. Bad decision. Because when I did, I started hearing it outside the car too. Soft. Layered. Multiple breaths. All around me. Like the highway itself was breathing in sync. I slowed down. The next sign came into view. But it wasn't standing upright anymore. It was tilted, leaning slightly toward the road like it had been watching me pass. I drove past it, and something happened that made my stomach drop. For a split second, the sign read 88 again. I slammed the brake. The car jerked, stopped in the middle of the road. Rain hit the roof like a warning. I stared at the mirror, then forward again. The sign was 71 now, but I knew what I saw. Stop doing that, I whispered. The radio responded instantly. You are observing instability. I laughed once. Short. Nervous. Instability, I said. The road is changing numbers. I am not imagining that. A pause. Then, you are not supposed to notice sequence shifts. My chest tightened. What happens if I do? I asked. Silence. Long enough to feel like an answer was being prepared carefully. Then, recalibration increases. I didn't like that word. Recalibration. Like I was a broken system being adjusted. Not a person. I started driving again. But slower now. Careful. Every sign felt like a test. Each one slightly more wrong than the last. At 67, I noticed something new. The road behind me was gone. Not physically, but visually. The reflection in my mirror showed nothing. No signs I passed. No trail. Just darkness swallowing itself. Like I wasn't leaving anything behind anymore. I felt my throat tighten. Where am I going? I asked quietly. The radio answered. But not from dispatch. From everywhere. You are approaching corrected position. I looked forward. And froze. Because ahead of me, there was no 66. No 65. No continuation. Just a gap in the road. A place where the highway simply stopped counting. The asphalt stretched forward for a few meters, then broke into fog. Thick, white, moving, like it was alive. My car slowed automatically, even though I didn't press the brake. "Hey, no, keep going," I said, panic rising. But the car didn't respond properly. It felt like something else had taken partial control of movement. Like the system was deciding pace now. The radio clicked again, and the final voice returned. My voice. Calm. Final. "You have reached boundary correction." I shook my head fast. "No, I haven't, I can still see." But I stopped, because the fog ahead wasn't empty. Something was inside it. Shapes, signs, pieces of highway stacked in wrong order. And I realized something slowly. I wasn't driving down a road anymore. I was being pushed through versions of it. Each mile not forward or backward, but rewritten. I stepped on the brake hard. Finally got full control back. The car stopped right before the fog. I breathed heavily. Rain hammered the windshield. My reflection looked normal for half a second. Then it flickered. Just once. And I saw him. The man from mile 88. Standing behind me in the reflection. Inside the car. But when I turned around, nothing. Only empty back seat. My voice came through the radio one last time. Soft. Barely audible. Turn around before 0. My blood turned cold. 0, I whispered. The radio went silent. The fog ahead shifted slightly. Like it heard me. Like it was waiting for me to decide whether I was still moving forward, or if I had already reached the end of all numbering entirely. It started with a simple check. Routine. Something I've done 100 times without thinking. I opened the station roster. Nothing unusual at first. Names, shifts, unit assignments, everything in its place like always. Rain was still hitting the station windows outside, soft and steady, like the world hadn't decided yet if it wanted to be calm or not. I scrolled down. Then I saw it. Unit 14. My unit. Assigned to me. I frowned, because I already knew something was wrong before I even checked deeper. Unit 14 wasn't on any list yesterday. I should have remembered it. You don't just forget your own unit number. I clicked it. Nothing loaded at first. Just a blank record. Then it appeared. Unit 14. Assigned officer, redacted. Status active. Location, field deployment Route 18. My stomach tightened a little. Route 18, I muttered. That was my route tonight. But the problem wasn't the location. It was the name field. My name wasn't there. Just a blank. Like I didn't exist inside my own assignment. I leaned closer to the screen. System glitch, I told myself quietly. But I've seen system glitches before. They don't erase names. They don't leave clean, structured gaps like something deliberately removed. I refreshed the page. It didn't change. Unit 14 stayed there, watching me, like it had always been there. Behind me, the station radio crackled once, then went quiet again. I stood up and walked toward the dispatch desk. The room felt too still, too controlled. Even the fluorescent lights above seemed quieter than usual, like they didn't want to draw attention. "Hey," I called out to dispatch. "Do we have a Unit 14 on record?" The dispatcher looked up slowly, like I had asked something unnecessary. "Unit 14, he repeated. "Yeah," I said. "It just showed up on the roster assigned to me." He turned toward his monitor, typed something, then paused. That pause was the first real warning, because dispatchers don't pause like that unless something doesn't make sense. "Nothing here," he said finally. I frowned. "What do you mean nothing? I'm looking at it right now." He shook his head. "I mean, there is no Unit 14 in the system." I felt a small chill crawl up my back. "That's impossible," I said quickly. "Look again." He zoomed in on his screen, rotated files, checked logs, then turned the monitor slightly toward me. The roster was clean. Too clean. Units started at 13. Jumped straight to 15. No gap. No missing slot. No empty space. Just absence. Like Unit 14 had never been needed in the structure of things. I stepped back slowly. "That's weird," I muttered. The dispatcher shrugged slightly. "Probably a sync error," he said. "Sometimes field tablets show outdated placeholders." But he didn't sound convinced. And neither was I. Because my system wasn't showing a placeholder. It was showing a fully active assignment. With timestamps. With route data. With live GPS. Something that didn't just appear randomly. I walked back to my desk. My patrol car keys felt heavier in my pocket than they should have. I grabbed my radio. Pressed it. "Dispatch, confirm Unit 14 assignment on Route 18. Static." Then a voice came back. "Calm. Too calm. Unit 14 is active." I froze. "Okay," I said slowly. "Then why is it missing from your system?" A pause. Then, "Unit 14 is not missing." My grip tightened. "Yes, it is," I said. "I just checked your roster." Silence. Then the voice replied again. "This is the only roster." Something about that sentence made my stomach tight in a way I couldn't explain. I looked down at my radio. "Say again." But instead of answering me, dispatch changed the channel. Without input. Without permission. Channel 9. The unused frequency. The one we only hear during storm interference. But there was no storm interference right now. Only rain outside. Soft. Normal. Then a second voice came through the radio. Not dispatch. Not static. My voice. But slightly off. Like it was recorded from a different moment. Unit 14 reporting active. I stepped back from my desk. "No," I whispered, "that's not me." The radio repeated it. Unit 14 reporting active. Again. And again. Like a loop stuck in place. I turned the radio volume down quickly. The repetition stopped instantly. That silence felt worse. I stared at the device for a long moment. Then grabbed my tablet. Opened field logs. Everything looked normal at first. Until I saw my shift record. It showed me already out on Route 18. But the timestamp was wrong. It was ahead. Not by minutes. By hours. Like I had already left, and the system was waiting for me to catch up to it. My breath slowed without me realizing. "This doesn't make sense," I said quietly. I scrolled further. And found something worse. A second entry. Same unit. Same route. Same time. But different outcome. In one log, Unit 14 was active in the field. In the other, Unit 14 was listed as station-bound, no deployment issued. Two versions of me. Both officially recorded. Both marked as valid. But they contradicted each other completely. I closed the tablet slowly. My hands felt colder now. Behind me, the station radio clicked again. But no voice came through this time. Just static. Long. unbroken, like something waiting for me to speak first. I didn't. I just stood there, listening. Then the dispatcher called out from across the room. "Hey, you scheduled for Route 18 tonight, right?" I turned slowly. "Yeah," I said. "Why?" He hesitated. That hesitation again. "You're already out there according to system logs," he said. My throat went dry. "I haven't left yet." He frowned. "That's not what it says." A long silence filled the room between us. Only the rain outside moving against glass. I walked back toward him slowly. "Show me," I said. He pulled up the live tracking feed. My patrol unit appeared on screen. Moving. Already. On Route 18. My exact vehicle. Exact signal. Exactly where I was supposed to be driving right now. But I wasn't there. I was standing inside the station, looking at myself already gone. "That's impossible," I said again. But my voice didn't sound as confident anymore. The dispatcher zoomed in. The feed updated in real time. The vehicle turned slightly on the road, following the highway curve. Everything looked correct, except one thing. There was no driver silhouette, just an empty seat inside my patrol car, moving on its own. I felt my stomach drop. "No one's driving that," I said quickly. The dispatcher looked at me, slowly. "Then who is responding to calls?" I didn't answer, because I didn't know. The radio crackled again behind me. And this time, I didn't want to turn around. But I did anyway. My hand moved before my thoughts could stop it. I lifted the radio, and I heard it. My own voice again, but clearer this time. Closer, like it was inside the building. "Unit 14 en route." I turned sharply toward the garage door. The lights outside flickered slightly, and through the glass, I saw headlights approaching the station. My patrol car, pulling in, slow, controlled, like it already belonged there. I stepped back instinctively. "That's not possible," I whispered. But the vehicle stopped right outside the bay. Engine idling, wipers moving, everything normal, everything wrong. The driver's seat was still empty, yet the radio in my hand spoke again. "Calm. Final. Unit 14 has arrived." I felt my pulse spike, because I realized something I didn't want to understand. If the system says I'm already in the field, and I'm standing here watching my own car arrive, then the question isn't where I am. It's which version of me is real enough to be recorded. The headlights stayed on. The rain kept falling. And somewhere inside the system, my name still wasn't on the roster. Like it never had been. Like it never would be. The first time I noticed the headlights behind me, I thought it was just another unit catching up. Normal thing. Routine. Backup. But something about them felt wrong. They were too steady. Too close. And they never changed distance. I checked my mirror again. Rain blurred everything behind me, but the shape was clear now. A patrol car. Identical to mine. Same make. Same markings. Same flashing light pattern. Even the reflection of the road looked identical inside its windshield. My throat tightened a little. "Dispatch," I said into the radio. "Do we have another unit on Route 37? Static came first. Long. Heavy. Then a calm voice replied. "Negative, no additional units assigned." I frowned. I looked again at the mirror. Still there. Still following. Copy that, I said slowly. But I've got a second patrol vehicle behind me. Same markings. A pause. Long enough to feel intentional. Then dispatch answered again. There is no second vehicle in your area. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. That's not possible, I muttered. I slowed slightly. The car behind me slowed too. Exact match. Exact timing. No delay. No human reaction. Like it was copying me instead of following me. I tapped the brakes lightly. My brake lights flashed. The car behind me did the exact same thing. At the exact same moment. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I let go of the accelerator completely. I rolled forward slowly. The car behind matched perfectly. No gap. No hesitation. Just mirrored motion. Okay, I whispered to myself. That's not normal. The rain got heavier again. It always got heavier when something was wrong out here. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. The second car's windshield looked strange now. Too dark inside. Not reflective enough. Like it wasn't fully part of the night. I radioed again. Dispatch, I need confirmation. I have a second unit directly behind me. Confirm identity. Static answered first. Then, no unit is behind you. I exhaled sharply. I'm looking at it right now. Silence. Then dispatch said something that made my stomach drop slightly. Your patrol car is the only active unit on Route 37. I looked forward, then back again. Still there. Still real. Still impossible. Run plate check, I said quickly. A pause. Then dispatch responded. There is no plate to run. My hands tightened again. What does that mean? I asked. No answer. Just static. The second car drifted slightly closer. Not aggressively. Not fast. Just closer. Like it was adjusting itself to my awareness. I slowed down again. It slowed too. I sped up slightly. It matched instantly. Perfect synchronization. Like it was reading me instead of tracking me. I started to feel something worse than fear. Confusion that didn't resolve. The kind that makes your thoughts feel slippery. I turned on my spotlight. Shined it in my mirror. The beam hit the car behind me. And for the first time, I saw inside. There was no driver. Just an empty seat. But the steering wheel was turning. Slowly, matching mine. I jerked my eyes back forward. Nope, I said under my breath. Nope, that's not real. But it didn't stop being real just because I didn't want it. The radio crackled again. This time my voice came through. But delayed. Like it was replaying something I had already said. Unit reporting visual anomaly. I froze. That wasn't what I just said. I hadn't said that. Had I? The second car behind me flashed its lights once. Not emergency pattern. Just a single pulse. Like it was acknowledging me. I felt my pulse spike. Dispatch, I said quickly. My radio is repeating my own transmissions. A pause. Then dispatch answered. You are the only active transmitter. I stared at the radio. That's not true, I whispered. Another flash from the car behind me. This time, both headlights blinked together. In perfect sync with mine. I realized something then. It wasn't following me. It was learning me. I slowed down again, testing it. The car slowed. I swerved slightly within my lane. It mirrored perfectly. Every movement. Every hesitation. Every micro decision. I felt my stomach twist. "This isn't backup," I muttered. "This is something else." The road ahead curved slightly. I took it carefully. The second car followed the exact curve. Same tire line. Same angle. No deviation. Like it had been placed inside my movement instead of behind it. I tried something else. I turned on my turn signal. Left. The car behind me turned on its left signal too. But there was no road to turn onto. My breath caught. "Why would it do that?" I said out loud. As if answering me, the radio clicked again. But instead of dispatch, I heard another version of my breathing. Close. Inside the system again. I shut the radio volume down slightly. Bad idea. Because now I could hear the second car more clearly. Not engine noise. Not tires. Something softer. Like the sound of someone sitting, very still, inside a moving vehicle. Watching. I looked in the mirror again. The windshield of the second car was no longer just dark. It was reflecting something different. Not the road. Not the rain. Me. But slightly delayed. Like a memory catching up too late. I felt a strange pressure in my chest. Like the space behind me was becoming aware of itself. I radioed dispatch again. "I want confirmation on Route 37 surveillance. There is an identical unit following me." A pause. Then, "Negative, no second vehicle exists." I clenched my jaw. I am not hallucinating this. Silence. Then dispatch replied softly, "We are receiving only one unit feed." I frowned. "What do you mean one feed?" Another pause. Then, "Your transmission and your visual feed are identical." I looked forward again. The road felt longer now. Not physically longer. Just stretched. Like distance itself was unsure how far it needed to be. The second car stayed exactly behind me. Never closer. Never farther. Perfect distance. Like it was maintaining a relationship instead of a chase. I slowed down completely. It stopped. I stopped. We both stopped at the same time. The rain sounded louder suddenly. Or maybe everything else went quieter. I stared at the empty road ahead. Then back at the mirror. The second car's driver seat slowly tilted forward slightly. Like someone inside was leaning toward the windshield, trying to see me better. But there was still no one there. At least not physically. My radio crackled again. But this time the voice was different. Calmer. Final. "You are not being followed." My throat went dry. "Then what is it?" I asked. A pause. Then, "You are being reflected." I froze. My hand stopped moving completely. The second car behind me flickered. Just once. Like a weak signal. And for a split second, I saw something else inside it. Not empty. Not driverless. But me. Sitting in the other seat. Watching myself. My breathing became shallow. I looked forward quickly. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." I pressed the accelerator hard. The patrol car surged forward. The second car matched instantly. Still there. Still perfect. Still wrong. I looked in the mirror one last time. And this time, I noticed something new. The second car wasn't just copying me anymore. It was slightly ahead of me now. Just a fraction. Like it had started predicting my next move before I made it. My stomach dropped. "That's not following," I said quietly. "That's leading." The radio went silent. No dispatch. No static. Just empty channel noise. The road ahead bent slightly into darkness. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I was the one driving forward, or if I was the one being mirrored into something that had already decided where I would end up. It started with a report I didn't remember writing. That alone should have stopped me, but I didn't notice it until the next morning. I was sitting at my desk in the station, coffee gone cold, rain still tapping the windows like it hadn't decided whether to stop or not. The night shift had ended hours ago. Everything should have been normal. But my shift log was open, and it was wrong. At first it looked fine. Route 37 patrol completed, routine checks, weather conditions, heavy rain, no incidents reported. I stared at it for a moment. That's not what happened, I muttered, because I clearly remembered incidents. The second car, the reflections, the way it copied me too perfectly. I leaned closer to the screen, scrolled down, and that's when I saw it. A second paragraph, added underneath mine, not typed in the same way, not structured like a normal report. It read, Unit 14 observed prolonged interaction with secondary patrol unit. Visual duplication confirmed. No external threat identified. I felt a small chill go through my chest. No external threat, I repeated quietly. I looked at my hands. I didn't write that. I know I didn't. I would have remembered writing something like that. I scrolled up again. The original report still looked normal, but the timestamp had changed. It now showed it was finalized at 03:17 a.m. I wasn't even at my desk at 03:17 a.m. I was still on Route 37, still watching that second car mirror my every move. My stomach tightened. This is impossible, I whispered. I closed the file, reopened it. The content changed instantly. Not slightly, completely. Now it read, Unit 14 completed patrol without anomaly. No secondary unit observed. I froze. What? I said under my breath. I closed it again. Opened it again. Different version. Unit 14 reported visual distortion near mile 88 corridor. No confirmation available. My breathing slowed. This is not a glitch, I said quietly. Because glitches don't rewrite memory like this. They corrupt. They don't choose. I stood up from my desk, walked toward the evidence terminal. My boots echoed too loudly in the empty station hallway. Every sound felt delayed, like the building itself was reacting a second too late. I logged into the system again, pulled my full shift history. It loaded slowly, too slowly, like something didn't want me to see it. Then it appeared, my entire patrol log. But it wasn't stable. The text kept shifting slightly, lines appearing, disappearing, rewriting themselves in real time. I leaned closer and saw something that made my throat tighten. There were 3 versions of my shift, all labeled Unit 14, but each one described a different night. One showed me patrolling normally. One showed me never leaving the station. And one showed things I didn't even recognize. I scrolled to the third one. It read, Unit 14 encountered reflective duplication event. Subject exhibited split perception of reality layer. Primary identity destabilization observed. I stepped back instantly. What does that even mean? I whispered. The screen flickered, then updated again. That same report now said, no anomalies recorded. I blinked hard. No, I said, no, I just saw it. The system didn't respond. But behind me, the station lights flickered once. Soft. like something breathing inside the building. I turned slowly. Empty hallway. Just rainlight through glass. Stillness. But the silence felt edited. Like parts of it were missing. I walked back to my desk quickly. Opened the shift log again. This time, I didn't recognize anything. The entire file was rewritten. It now said, Unit 14 remained in station during entire shift. No field deployment occurred. My hand started shaking slightly. I grabbed the printed copy I had left on the desk earlier. Hard copy. Ink on paper. Something that shouldn't change. I looked at it. My stomach dropped again. The paper was blank. Completely blank. No text. No ink. Just empty white pages. I dropped it immediately. "What is happening?" I whispered. The radio on my desk clicked once. I flinched. Then a voice came through. Not dispatch. Not static. My voice. But calmer. Like it had already accepted something I hadn't. Shift log stabilized based on confirmed reality. I grabbed the radio. "Stop," I said quickly. "Who is this?" Silence. Then the voice continued. "You are seeing instability because you are outside the confirmed version." I felt my chest tighten. "What does that mean?" I asked. A pause. Then, "There are multiple recorded versions of your shift." My mouth went dry. "That's not possible." The voice didn't argue. It just continued. "Only one version is retained." I looked at the screen again. The logs were still changing, but slower now, like something was deciding which version to keep. I leaned in closer and saw something new appear at the bottom of the file. A final line being typed in real time. It read, "Correction in progress." My heart started beating faster. "No," I whispered. "No, don't." The sentence continued, slowly typing itself. "Unit 14 memory alignment required." I stepped back from the desk. My chair rolled slightly behind me, like I had just left my own body for a second. The radio crackled again, this time louder. The voice returned, stronger, clearer. "You are remembering an unapproved sequence." My throat tightened. "I am remembering what happened," I said firmly. A pause. Then, "You are remembering both outcomes." That hit something deep in my chest. Both outcomes. I swallowed hard. "What happens if I choose the wrong one?" I asked quietly. Silence. Long enough to feel like an answer wasn't allowed. Then, "You already did." The station lights flickered again. Harder this time. I turned toward the window, and for a split second, I saw it. Out on the road. My patrol car. Parked. Engine running. But no one inside. No movement. Just waiting. Like it was replaying a shift I wasn't currently in. I backed away from the window slowly. "No," I said under my breath, "that's not real." But the radio spoke again. Calm. Final. It is real in one version. My breathing got shallow. I looked at the shift log again. The screen had almost finished rewriting itself. Now only one version remained. The station-only version. No field patrol. No Route 37. No second car. No Mile 88. Nothing. Just me. Sitting at the desk. Never leaving. The system stabilized. And for a moment, everything felt normal again. Too normal. Like the world had just decided to pretend nothing happened. I exhaled slowly. My hand stopped shaking, but deep down something felt wrong. Like a memory had been removed without my permission. I stared at the screen, whispered, "So where did I actually go?" The radio didn't answer, but the lights flickered one last time. And in that flicker, I saw the second version of the log reappear for half a second. The one with Route 37. The one with the second car. The one that was supposed to be erased. And in that version, my status was not station-bound. It was something worse. Unit 14, currently still on shift. The first thing I checked was the body cam. Not because I wanted to, because I had to. Something about the last few nights on Highway 37 wasn't sitting right in my mind anymore. The kind of feeling that doesn't leave, even when you try to sleep it off. Like your memory is slightly out of sync with the world. I plugged the body cam into the station system. The file loaded slowly. Too slowly. Like it didn't want to be seen. Then it opened. Timestamp, Route 37 Patrol active shift. I leaned closer, and immediately my stomach tightened. Because I was there. On screen. Walking beside my patrol car in the rain. Normal posture, normal movement. But something felt wrong right away. The angle. The perspective. It wasn't how I remember it. It felt like someone else was holding the camera. I paused the footage. Zoomed in. My face filled the screen. And I froze. Because I wasn't looking at the road. I was looking slightly off to the side. Talking to someone. But there was no one there in real life. I turned my head instinctively toward the station room behind me. Empty. Just flickering lights and the hum of the old fan. I looked back at the screen. I was mid-conversation. My lips moving. My hands slightly raised like I was explaining something. But I was alone. Completely alone. "No," I whispered, "that's not right." I pressed play again. Rain noise filled the audio. My voice came through. Clear. Calm. "Stay back from the road," I said on the recording. I frowned. "Stay back from what road?" I muttered. Then it happened. A figure appeared on the body cam, standing just off the shoulder of Highway 37. A man. So clear on screen it felt real. But there was nothing there in front of me. I stood up from my chair slightly, leaning toward the monitor. The man on the footage looked at me. At the camera. Like he knew he was being recorded. And then he spoke. But I didn't hear him in the station. Only through the video. His lips moved slowly. "Don't pass mile 72. I froze. My breath stopped halfway. Because I had just passed mile 72 last night. Or I thought I did. I rewound the footage instantly. The man was still there. Still speaking. But now something worse appeared. Another figure. Behind him. Then another. People I didn't see on the road that night. But clearly visible on camera. I zoomed in again. "Where are you?" I whispered. The body cam audio responded. "Not from the video. From my radio. You already passed us." My head snapped toward the desk radio. It was off. Still. Dead. But the voice continued anyway. "Calm. Too close. You just didn't notice." I felt a cold pressure in my chest. I turned back to the footage. The man stepped closer to the camera. Close enough that I should have seen him in real life. But I didn't. Not on Highway 37. Not in memory. Only here. Inside the recording. My voice on the footage replied to him. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he pointed behind me. On the recording, I turned in real life instantly. Nothing. Empty station. But on the video, the road behind me was full. Cars I don't remember. People standing in the rain. All looking directly at the camera. All looking at me. My throat went dry. I didn't see any of this, I whispered. The footage paused on its own. Then resumed. A new angle. Now I was back in the patrol car. Driving. But I wasn't alone. Someone was sitting in the passenger seat. I leaned closer to the screen. Heart pounding now. Because I remember that seat being empty. Always empty. But in the footage, a man sat there. Calm. Still. Watching me drive. I stepped back slightly from the monitor. No, I said quietly. No one was in my car. The video continued. The passenger turned toward me. Not the camera. Me. And said something I couldn't hear in the station. But the subtitles appeared automatically on screen. That made my stomach drop. It read, "Why do you only see us when you record us?" I stopped breathing for a second. "That's not possible," I whispered. But the video didn't care. It kept going. The passenger pointed forward. On the screen, I slowed the car near mile 71. And a woman appeared on the roadside. Waving. Desperate. I didn't remember stopping. But in the footage, I did. I rolled down the window. I spoke to her. I even stepped out. But in real life, I was never there. I checked the station log again quickly. No record of a stop. No dispatch note. Nothing. Just continuous driving. My hands started shaking slightly. I replayed that moment again. The woman on the video was crying, begging me for help. "Something is following me," she said on the recording. I leaned closer, because I didn't remember her at all. Then she looked directly at the camera and said my name. That made my skin go cold. "I've been waiting for you to notice," she said. I hit pause instantly. Silence in the station hit harder than sound. I stared at the frozen image. Rain froze in midair on the screen. The woman still looking directly at me. I whispered, "I don't remember this." The radio clicked again. This time no voice. Just static forming into words. Slowly, like it was being typed in real time. "You were not alone on Highway 37. I stepped back from the desk. My breathing got heavier. I looked at the body cam unit itself. Sitting there. Silent. Black plastic. Ordinary. But now it felt wrong. Like it had seen more than I did. I picked it up slowly. Turned it over. And noticed something I hadn't before. A small extra recording indicator light. One I never remembered seeing. It blinked once, even though it wasn't connected. My stomach dropped. I whispered, "What are you recording?" The body cam clicked and started playing audio. Without the screen. Just sound. My own voice. But not from now. From that night. "I think I'm seeing people who aren't on the road," I said on the recording. My blood went cold, because I don't remember saying that out loud. The voice continued. "You are not seeing them late," my recorded voice said. "You are seeing them correctly, for the first time." I dropped the body cam instantly. It hit the desk with a dull sound. But the audio kept playing anyway. From nowhere. From everywhere. The passenger's voice returned. "Calm. Closer. You think we appear on video only. it said. But video is where you are real. I froze. What does that mean? I whispered. The station lights flickered. Once, then again. And on the monitor, the footage changed. Now I wasn't watching myself anymore. I was watching the camera, pointing back at me, from inside the patrol car, from Highway 37, from somewhere I was not currently standing. And in the footage, I was smiling, not scared, not confused, like I already knew this would happen. The screen glitched for half a second, and then showed something final. A road sign, mile 70, and underneath it, written in dark wet paint, "Stop WATCHING, you're still there." The body cam fell silent, but the station radio turned on by itself. And this time, I heard my own voice from the field. Still driving, still speaking, still somewhere on Highway 37. Even though I was standing right here. It happened right at sunrise. Not gradually, not softly, instantly, like someone flipped a switch, and the night before was never allowed to exist. I was still sitting at my desk when the first light hit the station windows. That pale orange glow that usually feels normal felt wrong that morning. Too clean, too final. I was replaying the last file in my head. The body cam, the voices, the people only visible through recording. My mind wouldn't settle. Then the station monitor flickered. Once, then went black. I leaned forward. "Not again," I muttered. The system rebooted automatically. But what came back wasn't my dashboard. It was the main roster screen. And something was missing. My breath slowed, because I saw it immediately. Unit 14. Gone. Not inactive. Not archived. Gone. Like it had never existed in the system at all. I blinked hard. "No," I whispered, "that's not right." I clicked search. Nothing. I typed it manually. Unit 14. No results found. I leaned closer to the screen. My fingers started moving faster now. Shift logs. Field reports. Vehicle assignment history. Everything should have been there. But the system returned the same response again and again. No data EXISTS. My stomach tightened. "That's impossible," I said out loud. I opened the patrol history archive. Scrolled back through the night logs. Everything looked normal, until I reached the exact timestamp of Route 37. And then, it stopped, like a clean cut. No entry, no record, no gap even. Just as if that entire section of time had been deleted from reality. I stood up slowly. The chair behind me scraped loudly on the floor. The sound felt too sharp in the silence. I walked toward dispatch. The room felt different now. Lighter, like something heavy had been removed from it. The dispatcher was already at his desk, staring at his screen. Not typing, not moving, just staring. I walked closer. "Tell me you still see Unit 14, I said. He didn't look at me. "That's what I was just checking," he replied quietly. My chest tightened. "And..." He slowly shook his head. "There is no Unit 14. I exhaled sharply. "Stop joking." He finally turned toward me, and I saw something in his eyes I didn't like. Confusion. Not fear. Confusion, like he was trying to remember something that wouldn't stay in his mind. "I don't remember assigning it," he said. "I don't remember seeing it on the roster." He paused, then added something worse. I don't even remember you going out last night." My throat went dry. "That's not funny," I said. "I'm not joking," he replied. Silence stretched between us. Heavy, uncomfortable. Then he pointed at the screen. "Look." I stepped closer. The roster was clean. Too clean. No Unit 14. No Route 37 assignment. Not even a blank space where it used to be. Just a structured list of units that ended naturally, like nothing was ever missing. I shook my head. "No," I said quietly. "I was out there, I saw things." The dispatcher frowned slightly. "What things?" I opened my mouth. Stopped, because I realized something terrifying. I couldn't explain it in a way that sounded real anymore. The second car. The mirrored driving. The people only visible on camera. The logs that rewrote themselves. All of it felt distant now. Like it was already being erased from my ability to describe it. My radio on the desk clicked. Both of us turned instantly. But there was no voice. Just static. Soft. Weak. Almost dying. Then my name came through. But not as a call sign. Not as a unit. Just my name. Clear. And wrong. "Officer, you are not assigned." I grabbed the radio immediately. "Who is this?" I asked. No response. Just that same static. Then a second voice layered underneath it. My own voice. But far away. Like it was being pulled out of a memory that was already fading. "I am still on Route 37, it said. The dispatcher looked at me slowly. "What did it say?" he asked. I didn't answer, because I didn't know which voice was real anymore. The station lights flickered once, then stabilized, but something felt off, like the building itself had forgotten a part of its structure. I turned back to the monitor. The system refreshed automatically. New message appeared. "Cleanup complete." My heart dropped slightly. "What cleanup?" I whispered. Another line appeared beneath it. "Unverified field event removed." I felt cold spread through my chest. Removed. Not archived. Removed. Like it had been deleted from existence, not just records. I grabbed my jacket quickly. "I need to check something," I said. The dispatcher stood up. "Check what?" he asked. But I was already moving. I walked outside the station. The morning sun was fully up now. Bright. Sharp. Too normal. The parking lot looked the same. Everything looked the same. But something inside me felt hollow. I walked toward my patrol car. It was there. Parked. Clean. No damage. No rain residue. Like it had never been out in a storm all night. I stopped in front of it. Slowly. Because I realized something I didn't want to accept. There was no second car anymore. No backup reflection. No mirrored presence. Just silence. I opened the driver's door. Sat inside. The seat felt colder than usual. I turned the ignition. The dashboard lit up normally, but the mileage display flashed for half a second. Then changed. I froze. It read, "Unit not ASSIGNED." Then it disappeared, replaced with standard system data. I stared at it, whispered, "You're still here." But even saying that felt uncertain, like I was talking to something that might not respond anymore. My radio crackled again. Weak, distant, almost like it was underwater. "I am still here," my voice said again, but slower now. Fading. I gripped the steering wheel. Where? I asked quietly. No answer. Just static. Then something unexpected happened. The GPS screen flickered. It opened Route 37 map automatically. But the road was different. It was shorter, disconnected, like it no longer reached anywhere meaningful. I leaned closer. The route line slowly faded in real time. From mile 88 to mile 77, then stopped. The screen froze, then cleared itself. I sat there for a long moment, trying to understand what was left. Then the dispatcher came running outside. He looked worried now. Actually worried. Hey, he said quickly. All your previous shift data, it's gone. I looked at him slowly. I know, I said. He shook his head. No, you don't understand. He hesitated, then said the words that made everything feel final. It's not just gone from the system. He swallowed. It's gone from everyone's memory logs too. I went still. What? He nodded slowly. No one else remembers Unit 14. I felt something collapse inside my chest. Not fear. Something deeper. Erasure. Like a part of reality had quietly been removed while I was still standing inside it. I looked back at the empty dashboard. The radio clicked one last time. Very faint. Almost gone. And I heard my voice one final time. Not confused. Not scared. Just calm. Accepting. Some roads, it said, don't stay in memory after sunrise. Then silence. No static. No signal. Nothing. I sat in the car for a long time after that, watching the road ahead, trying to remember something I wasn't sure I was allowed to remember anymore. And somewhere deep in the silence, I couldn't tell if I had returned from Route 37, or if Route 37 had simply finished deleting me from it. The rain started before the call. That's the part I remember most clearly. Not the sky, not the wind, just the sound hitting the patrol car roof like something trying to get in. I was parked near Highway 37, engine idling, watching the empty stretch ahead. Night shift was supposed to be quiet, predictable, the kind of shift where nothing happens and you forget you even have a job for a few hours. Then the radio cracked. Not loud, just wrong. A voice came through, soft and unstable. Unit on Highway 37, do you copy? I straightened slightly. Dispatch, I copy, I replied. Go ahead. A pause. Longer than normal. Then the voice returned. But it wasn't dispatch. It sounded like a man breathing too close to the mic. You are approaching mile 88, it said. I frowned. We're already at mile 86, I answered. Silence. Then the voice added something that made my chest tighten a little. There is no mile 86 yet. I looked out through the windshield. The road signs were there. Clear, solid, normal. But something about the rain made them feel slightly off, like they didn't belong to the world fully. Dispatch, I said again. Confirm location markers on Highway 37. Static answered first. Then dispatch came in slow. All markers are standard. Why? I hesitated. Radio just said mile 88 is ahead of me, but I'm not there yet. A pause. Too long again. Then dispatch replied. There is no active transmission about mile 88. I stared at the radio. What? No response. Just rain and engine hum. I leaned back slightly in the seat. False channel interference, I muttered to myself. Probably weather distortion. But even saying it didn't make it feel true. Because the voice came back. Again. Same channel. Same softness, but closer. You will hear it before you see it. I froze. That wasn't dispatch. That wasn't interference. That sounded like someone speaking directly beside me. I turned my head toward the passenger seat. Empty. Just wet reflections on the window. Who is this? I asked into the radio. A slow breath came through. Then, you are already listening. The radio clicked once, then went silent. I tapped the mic. Dispatch, I need confirmation. Someone is transmitting predictive information on Highway 37. Nothing. Just static. Then suddenly, the voice again. But now it was different. Faster. Urgent. You should slow down. My foot instinctively eased off the accelerator. The car rolled forward through rain. Why? I asked. No answer. Then the voice spoke again. This is where it happens first. I frowned. What happens? Silence. Then, a sound came through the radio. Not words. Traffic. Real traffic. Close. Too close. I looked ahead. Empty road. But through the radio, I could hear engines passing, tires hitting wet asphalt, horns, distant voices. Like a highway full of life. But in front of me, nothing. Just darkness and rain. My heartbeat started rising. Dispatch, I said quickly. Do you have any units near my location? A pause. Then, negative, Highway 37 is clear. I swallowed. Then why do I hear traffic? Another pause. Longer. Then dispatch said something that made my stomach drop slightly. We don't hear anything. I looked at the radio again. The sound was still there, growing louder now, like I was approaching it, even though nothing in front of me had changed. The rain thickened. Visibility dropped. I slowed down further, and that's when I saw it. A shape ahead. Faint. At first I thought it was fog. Then headlights appeared inside it. But not normal headlights. Too bright. Too steady. I leaned forward. What the hell? I whispered. The radio clicked again. The voice returned. Calm now. Almost satisfied. You are close. I gripped the wheel tighter. Close to what? I asked. No answer. The shape ahead grew clearer. A vehicle. Stopped on the side of the road. Hazards blinking. But the blink was wrong. Out of sync with time. Like it was delayed slightly after every pulse. I slowed down. Dispatch, I've got a stalled vehicle at mile. I stopped. I looked at the road sign. Mile 87. I blinked. I'm at 87, I corrected myself. But something felt off about saying it. Because the radio responded instantly. You are at mile 88. My throat tightened. That's not what the sign says. Silence. Then the voice came again. You will see it when you arrive. I looked ahead again. The stalled vehicle was gone. Just gone. No trace. No lights. No shape. Nothing. I stopped the car completely. Rain hit the windshield harder now. Like the world was trying to erase something in front of me. Dispatch, I said slowly. Confirm visual on stalled vehicle at mile 87. Static. Then, there is no stalled vehicle. I turned the windshield wipers higher. But my hands felt colder now. Because I knew what I saw. Even if it wasn't there anymore. The radio suddenly flickered. And the voice changed again. This time quieter. More controlled. You are early. I frowned. Early for what? No answer. Then, a new sound came through the radio. Breathing, but not mine, and not dispatch. Multiple breaths, layered, like people standing very close to a microphone together. I looked around the empty road again. Nothing, but the breathing continued. Then one voice broke through it. A man, clearer than the others. You should not be alone on this stretch. My grip tightened. I am alone, I said. The man on the radio replied instantly. No, you are just first. I felt something cold move through my chest. First for what? I asked. Silence. Then the radio suddenly cut to static. Hard, loud, unstable. And in that static, I heard something that made my stomach drop completely. My own voice, but speaking words I didn't remember saying. I see the accident before it happens. I froze. What? I whispered. The radio continued playing my voice. Calm, detached, like I was describing something already completed. A vehicle loses control near mile 88, my voice said. I looked ahead instantly. Nothing, just road, rain, darkness. Then the voice on the radio added one final line. And you are already there. I slammed the brakes slightly. The tires hissed on wet asphalt. I looked at the road sign again. Mile 88. Right in front of me. But I hadn't reached it yet. Not according to distance. Not according to time. Not according to anything I understood. Then the radio went completely silent. No static. No voice. Just empty channel noise. And in that silence, I realized something worse than everything else so far. Whatever was speaking on that frequency was not describing the future. It was describing something that had already happened somewhere I hadn't arrived at yet. The static started small, like usual. Just a soft crackle in the radio while I sat alone on Highway 37, rain hitting the windshield in a steady, tired rhythm. Nothing unusual at first. Night shifts always have noise like this. You get used to it. You stop paying attention. But then the static changed. It tightened, like something inside it was trying to shape itself. I leaned slightly forward in my seat. Dispatch, confirm radio interference on Highway 37, I said. Nothing came back. Just that same static. But now it wasn't random anymore. It had a pattern, a rhythm, almost like breathing. I frowned. Dispatch, do you copy? A pause. Then, a faint voice pushed through the noise. Not clear. Not stable. Just fragments. You should slow. I froze slightly. Repeat that, I said. The radio didn't answer. The static got louder. Then it shifted again. And this time, the words formed properly. Slow down before mile 88. I went still. My eyes flicked to the road ahead. Empty. Rain. Dark highway stretching into nothing. Dispatch, I said quickly. I have an unknown transmission forming sentences. It just told me to slow down before mile 88. A long pause came back. Too long. Then dispatch replied. We are not receiving any transmission on that channel. I looked at the radio, then back at the road. Something is speaking through it, I muttered. The static changed again, and this time it responded directly. No, it said. My grip tightened on the wheel. I looked at the radio. What do you mean no? I asked. The voice came clearer now. Not broken anymore. Almost calm. You are not receiving it, it said. You are remembering it. A chill moved through my chest. That doesn't make sense, I said. The radio replied instantly. It does, you just haven't reached it yet. I swallowed hard. Reached what? Silence. Then the static expanded again, filling the entire cabin like fog. And from inside it, a new sentence formed. You will see the crash before you arrive. I blinked. What crash? I asked quickly. No answer. Just the sound of rain and engine hum. But now I noticed something else. The road ahead felt different. Not visually, not physically, but like my mind was no longer fully trusting it. Like it was waiting for something I hadn't seen yet. I slowed down slightly. The radio reacted instantly. Do not slow, it said. I froze. Why not? I asked. The voice paused. Then, because slowing makes it arrive sooner. I felt my chest tighten. That's not how time works, I said quietly. The radio responded without hesitation. Not on Highway 37. A silence followed. Heavy. Then the static returned. But now it wasn't just noise. It was showing things. Images forming inside it. Like the radio was trying to project memory instead of sound. I saw headlights. Too bright. A curve in the road. A vehicle losing control. Metal twisting. Rain exploding into mist. I jerked slightly. What is that? I whispered. The radio answered softly. That is ahead of you. I shook my head. No, that's not happening. The voice responded immediately. Not yet. My breathing slowed. I looked forward again. Still nothing. Just road. Just rain. But now I couldn't unsee what I had just been shown. My mind kept trying to match it to the real road. Trying to predict where it would appear. Dispatch, I said, voice tighter now. Run visual confirmation on Highway 37 ahead of mile 88. A pause. Then dispatch replied. We have no visual feed for that segment. I frowned. What do you mean no feed? Another pause. Then, that segment is not supposed to exist in active coverage. I felt a small drop in my stomach. Not supposed to exist, I repeated. Before dispatch could answer, the radio interrupted. Not static this time. Full voice. Clear. Close. It exists after you reach it. I went still. Who are you? I asked. The voice didn't answer that. Instead, it said something worse. You are approaching the moment of impact. My hands tightened on the wheel. I am not in an accident, I said firmly. Silence. Then, you haven't arrived at it yet. The rain suddenly felt heavier. Or maybe I just noticed it more. The windshield wipers dragged across glass like something scraping time itself. I slowed slightly again without meaning to. The radio reacted instantly. No slower, it said. I frowned. Why are you watching my speed? I asked. A pause. Then, because speed determines how clearly you see it. I swallowed. See what? The radio didn't answer immediately. Instead, static filled the space again. But now I noticed something inside it. A sound layered underneath. Sirens. Distant. Faint. But growing. I looked ahead. Still nothing. But the sirens in the radio got louder. And suddenly, the voice returned. Urgent now. Do not enter mile 88 at full speed. I felt my chest tighten. Why? I asked quickly. The response came instantly. because you will not survive seeing it all at once. My foot hovered slightly over the brake. Seeing what? I repeated. Silence. Then, the radio said, "You are already inside it at reduced resolution." I blinked. "What does that mean?" I asked. No answer. The static shifted again, and now I saw something worse forming inside it. Not a single image. Multiple. Overlapping. Different angles of the same road. Different versions of the same moment. A crash happening in layers. One version where I passed safely. One where I stopped too late. One where I never stopped at all. My breathing got shallow. "This is impossible," I whispered. The radio responded softly. "No, this is selection." I frowned. Selection of what? Silence. Then, which version you will remember? That made my stomach drop. I looked forward again. The road still looked normal, but now I couldn't trust it anymore. Every curve felt like it was hiding an outcome I hadn't chosen yet. "Dispatch," I said quickly. "I think the radio is showing predictive crash visuals." No answer. I repeated it louder. Still nothing. Then I noticed something. The channel indicator was gone. Completely blank. Like I wasn't even connected to dispatch anymore. Just the static voice. Only the static voice. And it spoke again. "Calm. Final. You are close now." I slowed slightly without thinking. The voice reacted instantly. "Do not slow further." I frowned. "Then what do I do?" I asked. A pause. Then, "Maintain until visibility collapses." I looked ahead. "Visibility is fine," I said. The radio replied, "Not for long." And almost immediately, the rain got thicker. Not heavier. Thicker, like something in the air itself was compressing. The road started to blur at the edges. And for the first time, I saw a faint red glow ahead. Not headlights, not emergency lights. Something stationary. Waiting. The radio went silent. Completely. And in that silence, I realized the worst part wasn't that it was predicting the crash. It was that it was waiting for me to arrive at the exact moment it had already decided I would see. The first call came in while nothing had happened yet. That's the part that broke me. Not the crash, not the sirens, not even the rain. It was the fact that someone was already screaming before I could see anything wrong on the road. I was still parked on Highway 37, just past mile 88. The glow ahead hadn't fully formed into anything solid yet, just a weak red shimmer in the rain, like the road was bleeding light. Then my radio cracked. Not static this time. A voice. A woman. Breathing fast. "Please, please hurry, we just crashed." I froze. My hand stopped halfway to the mic. "Dispatch," I said quickly, "do you copy that? I have a live crash report from Highway 37, unknown caller." No response. Just silence. Then the voice came again, louder this time. I can hear the tires still spinning. My stomach tightened. I looked up through the windshield. The road ahead was still empty. No wreck. No smoke. No fire. Nothing. But the voice kept going like it was already inside something broken. "Someone is not moving," she said. I think he's dead." I felt my throat go dry. "Dispatch," I said again, sharper. "Confirm any accident at mile 88. Nothing. Only static. But now the static was different. It wasn't random anymore. It sounded like crying underwater. The woman's voice returned again. We were just talking and then a sharp cut, a sound like metal folding in on itself. Then silence for half a second. Then a man's voice joined. Panicked. Don't look at the windshield. The sentence stopped, like someone had cut his words mid-breath. My grip tightened on the wheel. What is this? I whispered. The radio answered immediately. You are hearing it early. I swallowed hard. Early for what? I asked. No answer. Just breathing again. Multiple voices now. Stacked. Overlapping. Like different people trapped in the same second. A child crying. A woman screaming for help. A man repeating a name over and over. And beneath all of it, the sound of something hitting metal. Slow, then harder, then silence again. I force myself to speak. Dispatch, I need confirmation. I'm receiving victim transmissions before any reported incident. A long pause. Then dispatch replied. We have no active incidents on Highway 37. I looked out the windshield again. The red glow ahead flickered slightly, like it heard that sentence. The radio clicked, and the woman's voice came back. But now she was whispering. We're still alive, right? I felt my chest tighten. Where are you? I asked instinctively into the radio. A pause. Then she answered. I don't know, it's like the road changed. I looked forward. The road hadn't changed, but something inside me knew that wasn't true. The radio suddenly filled again. A new voice. A different man. Calm at first. Too calm. We didn't see the turn, he said. Then his voice broke. We didn't see it at all. A sharp sound cut through, like glass collapsing inward. Then another voice took over instantly. A dispatcher voice. Not mine. Not my station. Another frequency bleeding through. Unit 14, confirm status. Silence. Then a weak reply. We're still here, I think. My breathing slowed. Unit 14. I didn't know a Unit 14 on this road. I checked my dashboard log. Nothing. No matching unit. No backup. No record. I frowned. Dispatch, I said quickly. Do we have a Unit 14 assigned to Highway 37? A pause. Long. Too long. Then, no such unit exists. I looked at the radio. The voices didn't stop. They were getting clearer now. Closer. Like they were no longer just sounds. Like they were trying to reach the same moment I was standing in. The woman spoke again. I see a police car ahead, she said suddenly. I froze. My eyes snapped to the road. Empty. Still empty. No vehicles are in front of me, I said out loud. But the radio responded immediately. You are not the one she is looking at. A cold feeling moved through my chest. What does that mean? I asked. No answer. Then the man's voice came back. Something is in our lane, he said. I can't move. A sharp sound. Impact. Metal screaming. And then, silence again. But not empty silence. Occupied silence. Like the moment after something irreversible. I stared ahead, breathing slower now. Dispatch, I said, voice lower. These are not normal emergency calls. These are pre-event transmissions. No response. Then suddenly, dispatch came back. But their voice sounded strained. Unit on Highway 37. Repeat your last transmission. I blinked. What do you mean repeat? I said quickly. I'm reporting multiple incoming accident calls before events occur. A pause. Then dispatch said something that made my stomach drop. We are receiving your voice describing an incident that has not happened yet. I froze completely. What? Dispatch continued. The system shows you reporting a fatal crash at mile 88. You are describing casualties. I shook my head immediately. No, I didn't say that. I haven't seen any crash. Silence. Then dispatch added. The recording is live. I went cold. What recording? I asked. No answer. The radio switched channels by itself. And I've heard it. My own voice. Calm. Professional. Reporting something I had not witnessed. Multiple fatalities confirmed. Highway 37 mile 88. I grabbed the mic instantly. That is not me, I said firmly. But the recording kept playing. No survivors visible at scene. My hands started shaking slightly. I looked forward again. The red glow was stronger now. More defined. Like something was finally forming inside it. The victims' voices came back suddenly. All of them at once. Panicked. Screaming. Calling for help. Begging for someone to arrive faster. But I was already there. Or I was. I couldn't tell anymore. Stop, I whispered into the radio. And for the first time, the voices stopped. Instantly, everything went silent. Even the rain felt quieter. Then the radio spoke again. Not multiple voices. Just one. The woman. Soft now. Confused. Why are we still talking? She asked. I didn't answer. Because I realized something I hadn't noticed before. They weren't calling before the accident. They were calling from inside the moment, where time had already split. And I was listening from somewhere in between. The radio clicked one last time. And the woman whispered, I see your lights now. I looked up sharply. The road ahead finally shifted. The red glow wasn't just light anymore. It was shapes. Emergency lights. A crash site forming out of the rain like it had always been there. But I hadn't reached it yet. Not according to distance. Not according to time. But according to every voice I had already heard. I was already standing inside it. And then the radio went completely dead. No static. No signal. Just silence. As my headlights finally revealed what the victims had been trying to warn me about before it happened. The rain didn't change. It just started repeating. Same pattern, same rhythm, same heavy drops hitting the windshield like they were looping back into themselves. I noticed it first when I stopped the car. Highway 37 was still ahead of me, but something about it didn't feel forward anymore. Like I was parked inside a moment that refused to move on. Then the radio cracked. Channel 9. I didn't even switch it. It was just there. A soft voice came through immediately. This is unit response log for Highway 37. I froze slightly. That wasn't dispatch. That sounded like a recording. But it was, because the voice continued. And the rain is still active. My grip tightened on the wheel. Dispatch, I said quickly, do you copy Channel 9 transmission? No response. Just rain. Then the voice on Channel 9 spoke again. But now it sounded closer. Why did you stop moving? I looked at the road. I didn't stop, I said quietly. Silence. Then, you are stationary in the record. A chill moved through my chest. What record? I asked. No answer. Just static for a second. Then the rain outside shifted. Not heavier. Not lighter. Just synchronized. Like it was reacting to the radio. Channel 9 spoke again. We can hear the windshield wipers. I looked at my dashboard. The wipers were moving. Slow, steady, normal. But the voice continued like it was describing them from somewhere else. You are at mile 88, it said. I frowned. I already passed mile 88, I said. A pause. Then the voice replied. No, you are still arriving. My stomach tightened. That doesn't make sense, I said. The radio responded instantly. It will when it finishes loading. I blinked. What? I whispered. The rain outside suddenly got louder. Not physically louder, but closer, like it had moved inside the cabin with me. Channel 9 continued. We see you adjusting your mirror. My hand froze near the rearview mirror. I hadn't moved it, but I looked at it anyway. Empty reflection. Just me. Tired. Wet uniform. Rain streaking behind glass. But then the voice added, You are not alone in the reflection. I snapped my eyes back forward. What do you mean? I said sharply. Silence. Then static. Then Channel 9 again. But this time it sounded emotional. Almost tired. Why did you leave us here? It asked. My chest tightened. I don't know what you're talking about, I said quickly. The voice didn't respond right away. Then, you didn't complete the stop. I frowned. What stop? No answer. Instead, the radio shifted tone again. And suddenly, I heard something new. Footsteps. Inside the radio. Slow. Wet. Walking through shallow water. Then a man's voice followed the footsteps. Close. Too close. You wrote it wrong, he said. I went still. What did I write wrong? I asked. The radio answered immediately. The end time. A pause. Then, it keeps resetting because you didn't arrive correctly. My breathing slowed. This is not a report system, I said firmly. This is interference. The voice responded instantly. No, this is correction. The rain outside suddenly hit the windshield harder. Like it agreed. I looked ahead. The road still existed, but now it looked less like a path and more like a strip of memory stretched too thin. Dispatch, I said again, louder. Confirm status of Highway 37 and Channel 9 interference. Nothing. No response. Only Channel 9. And now it changed again. A woman's voice. Soft. Familiar in a way that made my chest tighten. Do you remember turning off the siren? She asked. I froze. I hadn't used the siren. Not once tonight. I don't use sirens on this stretch, I said carefully. A pause. Then she replied. You did, but it didn't reach us. My throat felt dry. What didn't reach you? I asked. Silence. Then the rain outside slowed for half a second. Just 1/2 second of unnatural stillness. Then Channel 9 spoke again. And now it sounded closer than the radio itself. The accident you keep passing, it said. My hands tightened on the wheel. I haven't passed any accident, I said quickly. A pause. Then the voice responded softly. That is why it keeps happening. My heart dropped slightly. What does that mean? I whispered. No answer. Instead, the radio suddenly played something new. A sound. Not words. Not static. A recording. Sirens. But reversed. Like they were pulling themselves backward through time. Then a crash. Metal folding. Glass breaking. And a voice screaming my call sign. I went cold. Stop, I said instantly. But Channel 9 didn't stop. It layered more sounds over it. Multiple versions of the same moment. Different outcomes. Different endings. All happening at once. Then the woman's voice returned again. And she sounded closer than before. "Why do you keep arriving late?" she asked. I swallowed hard. "I don't know you," I said. A pause. Then, "But we know you." My breathing got heavier. The rain outside suddenly streaked sideways, like the world shifted slightly out of alignment. I looked at the road. The red glow ahead flickered again. Stronger now. More defined. Like it was waiting for me to acknowledge it. Channel 9 spoke again. And now the voice sounded calm. "Final. You are inside the storm frequency." I frowned. "What does that mean?" I asked. The response came immediately. "The rain is not weather." A pause. Then, "It is broadcast medium." I shook my head slightly. "That's impossible," I said quietly. The radio replied instantly. "So is your position." My chest tightened again. I looked at the dashboard clock. It flickered, changed, then flickered again. Same minute. Over and over. Like time was stuck trying to update. "Dispatch," I tried again, voice sharper now. "Confirm time sync on Highway 37. Nothing. Only Channel 9. And now the voice changed again. But it wasn't a voice anymore. It sounded like multiple radios tuned into the same sentence. "We are repeating the section until you respond correctly." I froze. "Respond to what?" I asked. Silence. Then, the crash. My hands went cold. "I don't know what crash you're talking about," I said. A pause. Then the voice replied softly. "You are the operator inside it." I looked forward sharply. The red glow ahead suddenly expanded. Not physically moving. Just becoming more real. More certain. Channel 9 continued. "You keep reporting it as future," it said. "But it is already logged." My breathing got shallow. "I am not inside any crash," I said firmly. Silence. Then the rain outside stopped for a single second. Completely. Absolute silence. And in that silence, I heard something outside the car. Not through the radio. Not through sound. But directly. A voice. Very close. Right beside the driver's window. "You're late again." I didn't move. I couldn't. Channel 9 came back one final time. Soft. Almost gentle. "Step out when you arrive this time," it said. And the radio clicked off. Everything went dead. Even the rain. Even the engine hum. Just silence. And through the windshield, the red glow finally resolved into something I was never supposed to see from inside the frequency. It was still running when I found it. That's the first thing that felt wrong. The cruiser sat in the middle of Route 14 like it had just been left there mid-thought. Engine on, lights off, wipers moving slow across dry glass like they were waiting for rain that never came. No storm, no traffic, no sound. Just that car, and the feeling that it had been watching me long before I stopped. I pulled my unit closer. The radio in my car stayed quiet, but it felt heavier somehow. Like it knew I was about to do something I wouldn't be able to explain later. "Dispatch," I said, slowing down near the cruiser. "I've got an abandoned patrol unit on Route 14. Engine running, no visible operator." Static answered. Just a soft, tired crackle. I parked behind it. Stepped out. The air was wrong. Not cold, not warm. Just still in a way that made my ears feel too open. The cruiser's rear window was fogged slightly from inside. That made no sense. There shouldn't be anyone inside. I walked closer. Each step felt louder than it should have been. When I reached the driver's side window, I saw it clearly. The seat was empty, but the seatbelt was fastened, tight, like someone had just vanished mid-restraint. My hand hovered near the door handle. Something stopped me. Not sound, not movement, just a feeling that the car was already aware of me. I tried the handle anyway. Locked. Of course it was. But the engine was still running. I leaned closer to the window. And that's when I saw the dashboard. A radio. Active. Not tuned to dispatch. Not even static. It was broadcasting something I couldn't understand at first. Until I realized. It wasn't speaking in words. It was speaking in timing. Like it was counting down something that hadn't started yet. I stepped back slightly. Dispatch, I said again, voice tighter now. Confirm unit assignment on Route 14 cruiser. License plate ending 77K. A long pause. Too long. Then, no unit matching that identifier exists. I looked back at the cruiser. The headlights flickered once, then stopped. I frowned. What do you mean it doesn't exist? I muttered. The radio in my own car suddenly cracked to life. Not dispatch. Not static. A familiar voice. My voice. Calm, flat, detached. Unit found on Route 14. Engine active. No officer present. I froze. I hadn't said that. I hadn't even keyed the mic. I looked at my radio. The recording continued. Interior shows signs of recent occupancy. Seatbelt engaged. My stomach tightened. I turned back to the cruiser. Everything felt slightly closer now. Like the world had moved in a few inches while I wasn't looking. I walked slowly toward the driver's door again. The radio in the cruiser suddenly clicked. A new voice came through, whispering, "I'm still here." I stepped back instantly. "Hello," I called out. No response from the outside. But inside the cruiser radio, the voice got clearer. "I can see you." My breath slowed. "Identify yourself," I said automatically. A pause. Then, "I am Unit 77K. I frowned hard. "That unit is not assigned," I said. Silence. Then the voice responded. "I was assigned. You just haven't logged it yet." A chill moved through my chest. I stepped closer again, slower this time. "Where is the officer assigned to this vehicle?" I asked. The radio answered instantly. "He never arrived." I stared at the empty seat. The seatbelt was still fastened. But now I noticed something new. A faint indentation in the seat. Like something had been sitting there too long or too recently. The radio crackled again. And this time the voice changed. More urgent. "Do not open the door." I froze. "Why?" I asked quietly. No answer. Just breathing through the speaker. Heavy, unsteady, like someone listening from the inside of the car. I stepped back slowly. My hand stayed near my own holster without thinking. "Dispatch," I said quickly. "Advise. I have an unresponsive unit transmitting warnings from inside the vehicle." No reply. Only static. Then, my radio played something else. A transmission log. My own voice again. But older, slightly distorted. Unit 77K discovered abandoned on Route 14. Engine running. No officer present. Door remains locked from inside. I shook my head. "That's not filed," I said out loud. The cruiser radio responded immediately. It will be. I felt my chest tighten harder. I walked around the front of the cruiser now. Slowly, carefully, the windshield reflected me back. But something was wrong with the reflection. I was standing still, but the reflection was already moving. A fraction ahead of me, like it knew where I was going before I did. I stopped. The reflection stopped too. Late, like it was correcting itself. I swallowed hard. What are you? I asked the cruiser. The radio inside answered softly. I am what you leave behind when you continue forward. A pause. Then, and I am what reports you when you don't. My throat went dry. The engine suddenly revved slightly on its own. Not aggressive. More like a breath being taken. I stepped back again. And then I noticed something else. The road behind me. It looked longer. Like Route 14 had extended itself while I wasn't paying attention. The cruiser radio spoke again. You should not be here before logging completion. I frowned. What completion? I asked. No answer. Just the sound of the engine idling too perfectly. Too consistently. Like it had never been turned off in the first place. My own radio suddenly clicked again. A new dispatch tone. But wrong. Delayed. Almost tired. Unit responding to Route 14. Confirmed status of Unit 77K. I hesitated. Then answered. There is no unit here. Silence. Then dispatch replied. That is not what your report says. My blood ran cold. What report? I asked. The radio crackled, and my own voice came through again. But now it was reading something I didn't remember writing. Officer confirms contact with Unit 77K subject inside vehicle non-responsive. Time of incident logged. I stepped back quickly. No, I said out loud. I never confirmed anything. The cruiser radio spoke again. Calm. Almost final. You did. I stared at it. The seat inside the cruiser shifted slightly. Not physically. More like memory shifting into position. The seatbelt tightened on its own. My breath caught. The radio continued. You always arrive after the report is written. I felt something inside my chest drop. Because suddenly, I understood something I didn't want to understand. I wasn't investigating the abandoned cruiser. I was being inserted into its history. The cruiser radio clicked one last time. And the voice softened. Almost apologetic. You are next to be logged. My hand moved slowly to my radio. But before I could speak, the cruiser headlights flickered back on. And the engine stopped. Instant silence. No warning. No fade. Just like something had closed a file somewhere I couldn't see. And in that silence, I realized the cruiser wasn't abandoned. It was waiting for the moment someone would officially record that I had been here. The keys were already in my hand when I realized something was wrong. Not just wrong like a mistake in paperwork. I mean wrong like the world had shifted a few inches out of place and nobody else noticed. The cruiser sat under the highway overpass, engine still running. Rain hit the windshield in slow, tired sheets. Wipers moved like they were trying to forget something. Unit 37. That's what the door said. But there was no Unit 37 on our roster. There never had been. I checked it twice, then a third time. My radio stayed quiet, but I could still hear something under the static, like breathing that didn't belong to me. I stepped closer. My boots hit puddles that reflected the headlights in broken pieces. The car looked fresh, too fresh for something sitting alone on Route 14 at this hour. No crash marks, no blood, no signs of struggle. Just a running engine, like someone had stepped out for a second and forgot how to come back. My hand went to the handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. That should have been the end of it. I should have called it in, waited for tow and backup. But then I saw the keys. They were sitting on the roof of the cruiser, right above the driver's side door, like someone placed them there carefully, not dropped, not thrown. Placed. I reached up slowly and picked them up. They were cold, too cold, like they had been sitting in ice water instead of rain. And the moment I touched them, my radio crackled. Not dispatch, not the usual static. A voice. Low, calm, almost close enough to feel like it was standing right behind my shoulder. Don't open it yet. I froze. My eyes went straight to the cruiser windows. Empty seats, dark interior, nothing moved. I pressed my radio button. Dispatch, do you copy? Static answered me. Then another voice slipped through it. My keys don't work anymore. I looked down at the keys in my hand again. They weren't normal. There were 6 of them, standard state issue, but each one had a number etched into it, not stamped, scratched like someone did it with something sharp and desperate. One of them had my unit number. I stopped breathing for a second. That shouldn't be possible. My unit number was new, assigned only last week. No physical keys should exist with it, already carved into metal. I turned my head slowly, scanning the empty highway. Rain blurred everything beyond the guardrail. The world looked like it was fatting at the edges. Then I heard tires. Behind me. Slow. Deliberate. I stepped aside instinctively. A patrol cruiser rolled up behind me. Same model. Same paint. Same flashing light bar, except it wasn't flashing. It was stuck mid-pulse, like it couldn't decide whether time was moving or not. The driver's seat was empty, but the engine was warm. I felt my throat tighten. I walked closer to it, slow, careful. Same unit markings. Except when I looked at the door number, it changed while I watched. Then 36. Then 35. Like the numbers were counting backward, just to avoid being what they were. My radio hissed again. This time louder. And clearer. You already found it once. I snapped my head up. Who is this? No answer. Just breathing. Close, wet human. But I was alone on that stretch of highway. I forced myself to move back toward the first cruiser, the one under the overpass. My boots felt heavier now, like the road was slowly filling with water even though it was. The keys shook slightly in my hand. Not from wind. From something else. Like they were reacting to the cars. I reached the locked cruiser and hesitated. Something inside me said, don't open it. But something stronger said, you already did. I slid the smallest key into the lock. It fit. Too perfectly. No resistance. No metal scrape. Just a soft click, like it had been waiting for me specifically. The door unlocked. And for a moment, everything went silent. Even the rain. Even the radio. Even my own thoughts. I pulled the door open. The interior light turned on slowly, like it was waking up after a long sleep. There was no blood. No body. But there was a notebook on the passenger seat. Open. Like someone had been writing in it seconds ago. My name was at the top of the page. Not my call sign. My actual name. I swallowed hard and leaned in. The first line was already written. Officer never arrived at Unit 37 scene. I blinked fast. That didn't make sense. I was here. I was standing right here. I looked around again. suddenly aware of how quiet everything had become. No traffic, no wind, no insects, just the steady sound of my own breathing, getting louder than it should have been. The radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't a voice. It was a recording. My own voice, saying something I didn't remember saying. I found the cruiser, it's still running, no sign of the officer. My hands went cold. I wasn't recording anything. I looked down at the dashboard. The recorder light was on, blinking red. My fingers hovered over it, unsure if I should stop it or run. Then the voice returned, right behind me this time, closer than before. "You're inside it now." I spun around fast. Nothing, just the empty highway stretching into wet darkness. But when I turned back, the notebook had changed. A new line was written. Fresh ink, still wet. "You took the keys." I backed away from the cruiser slowly. My foot hit something metal. Another set of keys. On the ground. I didn't remember dropping them. I looked down. They were identical to the ones in my hand, except these were labeled with a different unit number. Mine again, but slightly wrong. Like a copy of a copy. The radio burst into static, so loud it hurt my ears. Then everything stopped. All at once. The rain. The engine. Even my heartbeat felt like it paused for half a second. And in that silence, I heard something that made my stomach drop. A second cruiser door opening behind me. Slow. Careful. Like someone stepping out who had been watching me for a long time. But when I turned, there was no one there. Only another notebook. On the hood of my car. And this one wasn't closed. It was waiting for me to read the last line. And I knew somehow I didn't want to. But my legs were already moving. The first thing I noticed was the whispering. Not through the radio this time. Through the dashcam audio. I didn't even realize it was recording until I heard my own cruiser speak behind me. Two voices. Calm, close, like they were sitting in the backseat. But I was alone. At least I thought I was. The rain was heavier now. It didn't feel like weather anymore. It felt like pressure, like the sky was leaning down on the highway just to see what I would do next. My cruiser rolled slowly along Highway 37. The road signs were getting harder to read. Some of them looked doubled, like someone had painted over them twice in slightly different places. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Empty. Always empty. But the audio kept talking. A voice said, "You think he knows yet?" Another voice answered, "He's starting to." I hit the brake so hard the tires slid slightly. My hand went straight to the dash recorder. The light was on. Red. Still recording. My throat went dry. "Dispatch," I said into the radio. "I'm getting interference in my dash audio. I'm hearing." Static cut me off. Then a third voice came through. Not on the radio. On the recording itself. "My name is Officer Laren, Unit 37 Backup Response." I froze. That name shouldn't mean anything to me. But it did. Deep in my mind it did. Like a memory that didn't belong to me, but still knew how to hurt me. I looked at the passenger seat. Empty. But the seatbelt was buckled. Slowly. Neatly. Like someone had just finished adjusting it. I swallowed hard and kept driving. The voices in the dashcam audio continued. 2 officers, 1 conversation. But only one voice ever answered directly. The other kept asking questions. Why is he still driving this route? He's not supposed to repeat it. He did it last time too. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Last time. I didn't say it out loud, but the recording responded anyway. He doesn't remember the first loop. My stomach dropped. Loop. That word didn't feel like language. It felt like structure, like something mechanical behind reality. I slowed down again. The highway signs ahead were changing. I watched one flicker. Mile 39. Then mile 38. Then mile 37. Like the road itself was correcting something, fixing itself around me. The dash audio crackled again. This time, I leaned in closer without thinking. Another officer voice joined. But this one was different. Tired. Close. Too close. He's approaching the blind segment. I looked up fast. The road ahead disappeared into fog. Not normal fog. Too dense, too still. Like a wall waiting for impact. My radio suddenly came alive again. But it wasn't dispatch. It was me. Or something that sounded exactly like me. I see the cruiser ahead. It's parked wrong. I slammed the brakes. Because there was a cruiser ahead. Parked sideways across the road. Lights off. Engine off. No movement. I stared at it, heart pounding. That wasn't there a second ago. I was sure of it. The dashcam audio got louder. The two officers were now arguing. He sees it. He's not supposed to see it yet. What do we do? Silence. Then the calm voice again. The passenger will respond first. My eyes snapped to the passenger seat again. Still empty, but the air inside the car felt different. Denser, like someone had just leaned forward from the back seat. My breathing got shallow. I reached for my flashlight, then stopped, because something tapped the glass. From the inside, I turned slowly. Nothing was there, but the condensation on the window had changed. Finger marks, fresh, like someone had just dragged their hand down the glass from behind me. My pulse spiked. The dashcam audio switched abruptly. Now it was only one voice. The tired one. And he sounded closer than before. Don't turn around. I didn't move. I couldn't. I said don't turn around, the voice repeated. My jaw clenched. What is this? I whispered. No answer. Just breathing. Behind me. Exactly behind me. I forced my eyes forward. The parked cruiser ahead was still there. But now its driver door was open. Slowly swinging. Like it had just been used. The dash audio changed again. Now it was static mixed with something else. Footsteps. Inside my car. Slow. Measured. Moving from the back seat toward the middle. My grip tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. I spoke without thinking. Who is in my car? The dashcam responded instantly. All voices at once. You already met us. The fog outside thickened even more. The parked cruiser ahead disappeared halfway into it. Then reappeared closer. Too close. I felt something shift behind me. The seatbelt on the passenger seat clicked. Unbuckled itself. I didn't look. I couldn't look. The radio suddenly hissed louder than anything I'd heard before. And then the calm officer voice said something that made my blood go cold. He's merging. Merging. Not crashing. Not stopping. Merging. I finally forced myself to glance at the rearview mirror. For half a second I saw it. Not a person. Not fully. Just the outline of a uniform in the back seat. Head tilted slightly. watching me. Then it was gone. The dashcam audio spiked. The voices were no longer separate. They were overlapping now, like they were inside the same mouth. He's awake. He remembers more than last time. We can't reset him yet. The parked cruiser ahead suddenly lit up. Its headlights turned on, and I realized something that made my stomach twist. The license plate matched mine. My unit number. I hit the brakes again, but the car didn't respond immediately. It slowed like it was thinking about it, like the vehicle wasn't fully mine anymore. The fog pressed closer. The highway felt narrower, like the world was folding in around the lane. The dash audio went silent for the first time. No voices, no static, just one final recording line playing back in my own voice. Calm, too calm. If you hear the second officer, you are already the second officer. My breath stopped. The sentence didn't make sense, but it felt like it should, like it belonged to something I hadn't learned yet. The parked cruiser ahead started moving, slowly, directly toward me, and my headlights flickered once, then twice, and in that third blink, I saw someone sitting in my passenger seat, facing forward, wearing my uniform, not looking at me, just driving with me, like I was the backup now. And the radio came back one last time. Soft, almost gentle. Welcome to Unit 37. I noticed him in the mirror before I saw him in real life. That should have been impossible, because there was no real-life version of him. Not outside the glass, only inside it. The rain was lighter now, but the highway felt worse, like the storm had moved inside my head instead of the sky. Every surface reflected something slightly wrong. The road, the dashboard, even my own hands looked a fraction delayed, like they were trying to catch up with time. I was still driving Unit 37, or what was left of it. The radio had gone quiet after the last message. No static, no voices, just silence so complete it felt like something was waiting for me to speak first. I didn't. I was afraid the silence would answer back. That's when I saw him again. Not directly. In the rearview mirror. A shape sitting in the back seat. Uniformed. Still. Watching me. My breath stopped instantly. I turned my head fast. Empty. No one there. Just wet leather seats and a faint fogged outline on the glass, like someone had just leaned back moments ago. I swallowed hard and forced my eyes forward again. The mirror. I had to check the mirror, because he was still there. Clearer now. Sitting exactly where I had seen the empty space. Officer uniform, state issue. Same patch as mine, but the stitching looked older, worn down like it had survived more nights than I could count. His face was turned slightly toward me. Not smiling, not angry, just aware. Like he had been waiting a long time for me to finally notice him. I slammed the brake. The car jerked forward and stopped hard on the empty highway. I spun around. Nothing. Backseat empty. I turned back to the mirror. He was still there. Closer now. Leaning forward slightly. Like he reacted to my movement. My chest tightened. This isn't real, I whispered. The words felt weak the moment I said them. Because the reflection didn't disagree. It just blinked. Slow. Natural. Like it had every right to exist. I reached for the radio, but my hand stopped halfway. Because the reflection in the mirror moved first. Not me. Him. His hand lifted toward the dashboard. And in that exact moment, my radio turned on by itself. Static. Then his voice. Calm, direct. You keep checking the wrong side. I froze. My throat went dry. What are you? I said out loud. No answer. But in the mirror, he tilted his head slightly. Like the question disappointed him. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking now. When I looked back up, I made a decision I shouldn't have. I watched only the mirror. Not the road. Not the world. Just him. Because I needed to understand what was happening. The reflection leaned back into the seat. Completely relaxed. Like this was normal. Like we were on patrol together. Then he spoke again. But this time, the radio didn't carry it. Only the mirror did. You were never alone in Unit 37. I turned my head fast again. The back seat was still empty, but the seatbelt was fastened. Tight, like someone invisible had just pulled it across their chest. My breathing got louder. Too loud. The sound of it filled the whole car. I started driving again, but slower now. Controlled, careful, like the road might change its mind at any second. The mirror never left him. Every time I glanced at it, he was there. Watching me adjust. Learning me. Not reacting like a ghost. More like a colleague. A partner. That thought made my stomach turn. The highway signs ahead blurred slightly. Then sharpened again. Mile 34. Mile 33. Mile 37 again. I blinked. The numbers didn't feel stable anymore. The mirror reflection leaned slightly closer to the glass. And spoke again. You're starting to notice the pattern. I gripped the wheel tighter. What pattern? He didn't answer directly. Instead, he pointed. Not behind me. Not forward. To the side mirror. I looked, and my blood ran cold. There was another cruiser beside me. Same speed. Same model. But the driver inside wasn't me. It was him. The officer from the reflection. Except now, he wasn't just in the mirror. He was outside it. Driving next to me like we had always been paired. My pulse spiked so hard I thought I might black out. I looked back at my rearview mirror. Empty again. No reflection. No officer. Just my own exhausted face staring back at me. Confused. Fractured. But the cruiser beside me stayed. Real. Too real. I pressed the radio button. Dispatch, I have a second unit beside me on Highway 37. Confirm if. Static cut me off immediately. Then a new voice broke through. Not dispatch. Not mine. His voice again. But now coming from both directions. The radio and the other cruiser. You don't get confirmation anymore. I felt my jaw tighten. I looked at the side cruiser again. The officer inside turned his head toward me. And for the first time, I saw his face directly. Not in reflection. Not in distortion. Same face. Same eyes. Mine. But older. Worn down like time had been repeating him too many times. My hands went numb. No, I whispered. The word felt like it didn't belong in the air. The officer beside me smiled slightly. Not friendly. Not cruel. Just familiar. Like he had already been through this moment before. Like he knew exactly how it ended. The mirror behind me flickered. For a split second, I saw both of them. The reflection officer in my back seat. And the one driving beside me. Two versions of the same presence. Moving in sync. Then the reflection spoke again. And this time his voice was softer. Almost tired. You only notice us when we synchronize. My mind struggled to keep up. What do you want from me? I said louder now. Silence. Then both of them answered at the same time. Continuation. The word hit harder than it should have, because I understood it without understanding it. Continuation of what? My patrol. My shift. My identity. Or something worse. The road ahead curved slightly, and for the first time since this started, I saw a third reflection. In the windshield. Not behind me. Not beside me. Ahead. Sitting in my own driver's seat. Wearing my uniform. Holding the wheel with perfect calm. I wasn't driving anymore. At least not alone. The realization didn't feel like fear at first. It felt like acceptance. Like something inside me had been expecting this outcome all along. The officer in the side cruiser raised his hand slightly. A signal. Like we were approaching something important. The mirror behind me showed all of them now. 3 versions. 3 positions. 1 system. And then the reflection in the windshield spoke softly. Almost kindly. You're about to meet the original position. My throat tightened. What does that mean? No answer. Just the feeling that the road ahead wasn't leading forward anymore. It was folding inward. The cruisers on both sides matched my speed perfectly now. Like I wasn't being followed. I was being guided. And for the first time, I stopped recognizing which version of me was the real one. They told me the cruiser was gone, but I was standing right where I had left it. And it was back. Same spot, same overpass, same running engine. Like it had never been moved at all. My supervisor's voice still echoed in my head from an hour ago. We towed it, locked it in impound. Case closed. Case closed. That's what he said. But Highway 37 doesn't do closed. Not anymore. The rain was back again. Not heavy, not loud, just steady, patient, like it had all the time in the world to undo whatever I thought was real. I walked closer to the overpass slowly. My boots hit the same puddles I remembered. That was the first thing that made my stomach tighten. Not fear yet. Recognition. The kind that feels wrong. The cruiser sat exactly where I had first found it. Engine still running. Wipers still moving. Like it had been waiting. Like it had never left. I stopped a few feet away. No, I whispered without meaning to. Because I knew. This wasn't possible. I had signed the paperwork myself. I watched it get loaded onto the tow truck. I saw the tires leave the ground. I remembered the exact sound of the chains tightening. And yet, here it was again. Whole. Alive. Breathing in its own mechanical way. My radio clicked once. No voice. Just a single tone. Then silence. I stepped forward anyway. Every instinct in me screamed not to. But something deeper pushed me closer. Like I needed to confirm it wasn't just my mind breaking down. The driver door was still shut. Same angle. Same damp reflection on the glass. I reached out and touched the handle. Cold. Too cold. Like it had been sitting in ice instead of rain. I pulled. Unlocked. My breath caught. That shouldn't have happened. I remembered it being locked. Always locked. I opened the door slowly. The interior light flickered on. And I froze. Because the inside was not how I left it. The dashboard was clean. Too clean. No dust. No marks. No evidence of use. And the notebook was there again. On the passenger seat. Open. Waiting. My name written at the top again. But different this time. Bolder. More confident. Like it wasn't written by someone observing me, but by someone expecting me. My hands shook as I leaned in. The first line was already changed. It returned because you returned it. My throat tightened. I didn't, I whispered. The radio on the cruiser answered immediately. You did. I stepped back fast, looked around the highway. Empty. Always empty. But the air felt occupied, like something invisible had filled the space around the overpass. I forced myself to breathe. Then I saw something new. A tow truck parked further down the road. My tow truck. Same agency. Same markings. But the bed was empty. No cruiser. No straps. No evidence it had ever carried anything. I walked toward it slowly. Every step felt heavier than the last. When I reached the driver window, I looked inside. Keys were still in the ignition. Engine off. Radio off. But the dashboard screen was glowing, and it showed a log entry. Unit 37, delivered successfully. My hands went cold. Delivered where? I stepped back and turned toward the cruiser again. It hadn't moved, but now the driver door was open. Just slightly, like it had exhaled. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't moved, but something inside it had. My radio crackled again, this time not in my hand, in the cruiser itself. A voice came through. Calm. Familiar. Mine. I brought it back because I wasn't done yet. My stomach dropped. That wasn't me. That couldn't be me. I backed away slowly, but the gravel under my boots shifted, like the ground itself was adjusting to where I stood. The cruiser's headlights turned on. Not suddenly, not dramatically, slowly, like waking up. One by one, the windshield wipers stopped. For the first time since I found it, everything went still. The silence hit harder than any sound. Then the passenger seatbelt moved. It tightened, as if someone had just sat down. I didn't see anyone, but I felt it. The weight of presence. The cruiser radio turned on by itself. Static first, then a voice layered over it. Multiple versions of it, all speaking at once. You can't remove a unit that has already reported in. My chest tightened. I reported it, I said. I closed it. I documented everything. The voice answered instantly. That's why it returned. The door opened wider. Not forced. Not broken. Just continuing. Like it had always been halfway open. The interior light pulsed once. And in that pulse I saw it. Not clearly. Not fully. Just enough. Someone sitting in the driver's seat. Wearing my uniform. But not facing me. Facing forward. Like I was the one outside now. Not the officer. The object being observed. I stumbled back. My foot hit something solid. The tow truck door slammed shut behind me. No wind. No force. Just closure. Like something decided the conversation was over. The radio in my hand clicked again. But this time the voice was softer. Almost tired. You keep thinking it needs to leave to be gone. I swallowed hard. What does that mean? No answer at first. Then, it never leaves. It just changes where you are standing. My vision blurred slightly. Rain started again. Harder now. But it wasn't falling normally. It was falling in a pattern. circling the overpass. Around me, like I was the center of something I didn't understand. The cruiser engine behind me started. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I already knew. I whispered, "What am I supposed to do?" The voice answered from everywhere now. From the cruiser. From the radio. From the empty air. "Stay where the report ends." The cruiser door clicked shut behind me. I turned. Slowly. It was empty again. No one inside. No reflection. No movement. But the engine was still running. And the notebook inside had changed one last time. The final line was new. Fresh ink. Still wet. "You were never the one who found Unit 37. I stared at it for a long time. My hand stopped shaking. Not because I was calm, but because something in me finally understood I wasn't supposed to leave. I looked at the highway stretching ahead. Then behind. Both looked the same. Both felt like they had already happened. And somewhere in the distance, I heard another cruiser engine start. Not mine. Not alone. Like the system had already continued without me noticing. I stepped back into the cruiser. The door closed on its own. And the radio came alive one last time. Soft. Final. Unit 37 confirmed active. Then silence. And I realized something I didn't want to accept. The vehicle didn't return itself. It returned me with it. The first call came in at 3:17 a.m. But the screen said something that made me stop breathing for a second. Incident time, 6:42 a.m. tomorrow. I stared at the timestamp until my eyes hurt. Dispatch systems don't do that. They can't. Time is locked. You log what already happened, not what hasn't. I leaned closer to the monitor. Rain hit the station windows in hard, steady sheets. The whole room smelled like wet carpet and burnt coffee. "Must be a glitch," I muttered. But then the radio cracked open. Not static first. A voice. Low, broken. Like it was coming through wet fabric. Unit 17. Responding to Highway 37, multiple vehicles, flames visible. I froze. Unit 17 wasn't assigned tonight. I checked the roster on the side screen. Only 3 active patrol units were logged for my shift. None of them were anywhere near Highway 37. And then I saw it. Unit 17 was listed. Right there. Assigned under my own name. My badge number. My signature. I felt my stomach drop. I didn't assign that unit. No one did. Another burst of radio sound cut through. Repeat collision at mile marker 88, bodies on road. Then silence. Just like that. I hit the transmit button. Control to Unit 17. Confirm your identity. Only static answered me. I looked around the dispatch room like someone was standing behind me. Empty chairs, flickering ceiling light, rain tapping like fingernails on glass. Then my screen refreshed. The incident report updated itself. New line added. Officer on scene, confirmed deceased. My hands went cold. I whispered, "That can't be me, I'm here." But the system didn't change. And the timestamp was still in the future. 6:42 a.m. Not now. Not yet. I tried to override it. Typed fast. My fingers slipped once on the keyboard. Delete incident, invalid entry, time error. The system paused. For a second, nothing moved. Then a new line appeared underneath my command. DNID, record already closed. Closed. My chest tightened. Records only close after events are completed. After people stop breathing. after reports are signed, after the story is over. But this hadn't happened yet. Had it? A loud crack came through the radio again. This time clearer. Too clear. Dispatch, this is Unit 17. My breath caught. That voice. It sounded like me. Same tone, same tired edge. Same way I dragged words when I hadn't slept. I leaned into the mic. Unit 17, state your location. A pause. Then, Highway 37, Mile 88, we're already here. My eyes snapped to the map screen. Highway 37 blinked once. Then again. Like it was breathing. And the mile markers, I swear they shifted for half a second. Then 87. Then back to 88. Like the road couldn't decide what it was. I called supervisor line. No answer. Called records. Busy tone. Called internal system admin. Disconnected. The storm outside got heavier. Wind pressed against the building like something trying to get in. Then the radio came alive again. But this time, there were more voices. Not one. At least 3. All layered. All overlapping. Vehicle overturned. Don't approach the driver. He's still moving. Dispatch, we need backup. I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall. Backup from where? I shouted into the mic. Silence again. Then one voice cut through everything else. Calm. Close. Too close. From you. I pulled the headset off. My ears rang. The screen flickered again. A live feed opened automatically. Body cam feed. Unit 17. I didn't open it. It opened itself. At first I saw headlights in rain. Road shaking slightly like the camera was mounted on a moving chest. Then a voice in the background. My voice. But not me sitting here. Me out there. Saying words I didn't remember speaking. Visibility low. Roads wrong tonight. Wrong tonight. That phrase stuck in my throat. Because I hadn't said it. Had I? The camera turned slightly. A second patrol car was behind. Siren lights on. But no sound. Just visuals. Red and blue washing over wet asphalt. I leaned closer. Who is that? I whispered. The feed zoomed automatically. The second car's windshield was empty. No driver. But the steering wheel was moving. Like someone invisible was holding it. My breath stopped. I whispered, that's not possible. Then the radio and the video crackled again. Unit 17, do you see the second vehicle? My voice in the feed answered. Yes, it's been following me for 10 minutes. I stepped back from my desk. My legs felt weak. Because I hadn't been in a patrol car tonight. I was here. I was always here. Wasn't I? A sudden alert flashed on my main screen. Incident update. Time shift DATACTED. Time shift. That wasn't a real term in our system. Another line appeared beneath it. Synchronization required. Then everything in the room dimmed slightly. Not power loss. Something else. Like reality lowering its brightness. The radio clicked again. But this time it wasn't voices. It was a recording. My own breathing. Fast, uneven. And beneath it, a second breathing pattern. Slower. Heavier. Right next to me. I turned. Nothing there. But the air felt occupied. The radio voice came again. You're already on Highway 37. I shook my head hard. No, I'm at dispatch. I never left. Silence. Then the voice responded softly. That's what you keep saying. The screen changed again. Now it showed a log entry I didn't write. Officer status, active in field unit 17. I slammed my hand on the desk. Erase it. Nothing changed. Instead, a new detail appeared. Body cam recording continues. My stomach twisted. Because I was starting to understand something I didn't want to understand. This wasn't reporting an event. It was confirming it. Like the system already knew how the story ended. And I was just catching up. The storm outside suddenly stopped. Completely. No rain. No wind. Just dead silence pressing against the glass. That was worse. Because storms don't just stop like that. The radio gave one last burst of static. Then a final message came through. Clear. Too clear. Dispatch, we are arriving at mile marker 88. My throat went dry. The map on my screen zoomed automatically. Highway 37 filled the entire monitor. And there I saw it. A small blinking dot labeled Unit 17, ARRIVNG. But something was wrong. The dot wasn't moving toward a location. It was moving toward me. The dispatch room. The building. I stepped back slowly. No, that's not how this works. The radio clicked one final time. And then I heard it. Right outside the door. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Like boots on wet asphalt. I turned off the lights instinctively. But the monitor glow stayed. Still showing Highway 37. Still showing Unit 17. Still showing the dot getting closer. Then the door handle moved. Just once. Slow. Like someone checking if I was ready. And the last thing I heard before the chapter cut out was my own voice again. Not from the radio this time. From the other side of the door. Saying, very softly, "Dispatch, open the log, we're here now." And the system automatically began recording. The first name appeared at 2:09 a.m. Not after a report, not after a call. Before anything happened. Just sitting in the system like it had always been there. Victim Daniel H. Mercer status, deceased cause, highway collision location, Highway 37, mile 88. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned. Nothing had happened yet. No accident report, no field confirmation, no radio traffic. Just a name already dead. I whispered, "That's not possible." Behind me, the dispatch room hummed with that low, tired electricity sound. Rain tapped the windows again, like it had never stopped. I opened the incident log history. There should have been nothing. Instead, I saw 5 entries. All of them time-stamped in the future. All of them already filled. Like someone had written tomorrow in advance. My hand hovered over the keyboard. Then the radio cracked. Not static. A voice. Calm, controlled. "Dispatch, this is Unit 17. We have visual on the first victim." My stomach dropped. That unit number again. Unit 17 wasn't real. It wasn't assigned. It wasn't supposed to exist. I grabbed the mic. "Unit 17, repeat your status. Confirm your location." A pause. Then the voice answered. And I swear, it sounded closer than the radio. "We are on Highway 37, mile 88. First vehicle is already impacted." My eyes snapped to the system. The first victim name was now highlighted. Daniel H. Mercer. Beside it, a second line appeared. Time to incident, 18 minutes. My heart started beating too loud. I leaned forward. "Control to all units. No confirmed incident at Highway 37. Repeat, no incident exists." Static swallowed the reply. Then another voice cut in. Not Unit 17. Different tone, younger, panicked. Dispatch, I don't know why I'm saying this, but there's a man on the road. He's standing right in the middle of the lane. I froze. The system updated. Second victim name appeared. Laura S. Whitman status, deceased cause, impact with stationary object. My breath stopped. No, I whispered. No, no, no. I reached for the keyboard, trying to delete the entries. But the system locked me out. A message appeared. Record integrity locked, event in progress. Event in progress. Like it was already happening somewhere else. Or maybe happening already and I was just late to it. The radio crackled again. This time, multiple voices layered together. Like different moments bleeding into one channel. Speed too high. I can't see the curve. Why is the road missing? Dispatch, we need emergency response. Then silence. Then my own voice came through the speaker. But not from me sitting here. From somewhere else. Calm, tired, distant. Copy, no units available, proceeding anyway. I jerked back from the desk. That's not me, I said out loud. That's not me. But the system didn't care. It added another name. Michael D. Rowan status, deceased. I slammed my hand on the console. Stop recording future events. Nothing changed. The room lights flickered once. Just once. And in that flicker, I thought I saw something behind the glass door. A shape. Standing still. Watching. But when the light steadied, it was gone. The rain outside got heavier again. Like the world was reacting to something I couldn't see yet. I pulled up Highway 37 on the map. It shouldn't have been active. But it was glowing. Bright. Like a live wire. And the mile marker at 88, it was pulsing. Slowly. Like a heartbeat. Then another name appeared. Sarah K. Donovan status, deceased. This time I felt something shift in my chest. Because I recognized that name. She wasn't supposed to be on any call list. She worked here. Night shift records clerk. She was supposed to be off tonight. I grabbed the phone and dialed internal staff. Ring. Ring. No answer. I tried her cell. Straight to voicemail. The radio interrupted me before I could try again. Her voice came through. Breathing fast. I think I see the crash site, but it hasn't happened yet. My blood went cold. Sarah, I shouted into the mic. Sarah, where are you? Static. Then Unit 17 answered instead. She's on scene early. Early, I repeated. What does that mean? A pause. Then the voice replied. It hasn't hit her yet. I didn't understand. Not at first. Then the map updated again. A red icon appeared on Highway 37. A moving vehicle. Labeled Sarah K. Donovan active. But beside it, another label blinked. Sarah K. Donovan deceased pending. Pending. Like death was waiting for confirmation. Like it hadn't decided yet. My hands were shaking now. I forced myself to look at the full list. All victim names. All future timestamps. All already written. And I noticed something I hadn't before. They weren't random. They were connected. Each name was tied to a location on the same stretch of road. Mile 88. Mile 87. Mile 86. Like something moving backward. Or forward. Or both at once. Then the radio changed tone. No voices this time. Just one long transmission. A recording. But not of traffic. Of breathing. and behind that breathing footsteps. Wet asphalt. Slow. Approaching. Then a voice. Soft. Almost gentle. Dispatch, you're logging us wrong. My throat tightened. Who is this? I whispered. The answer came instantly. You already know. The monitor flickered, and for a split second, the victim list erased itself. Completely blank. Relief hit me for half a second. Then all the names returned. But one more had been added at the bottom. Unnamed dispatcher status, pending. My chair creaked as I stood up. No, I said quietly. No, I'm not on that list. The radio answered without hesitation. You are now. The room temperature dropped. I felt it instantly, like the air had been removed and replaced with something colder, something aware. The system printed one final update. Total incident count, 6. Then, observation phase complete. Observation phase. Like I wasn't working a shift. Like I was inside something watching me back. The radio crackled one last time. All voices gone now. Just Unit 17. Clear final. Dispatch, do you want to stop recording? My fingers froze over the keyboard. Stop recording. As if I had a choice. As if I had ever had one. I swallowed hard. Yes, I said quietly. A pause. Then, too late. It already started when the first name appeared. The screen went dark. For 1 second, everything was gone. No logs. No map. No system. Just black glass reflecting my face. And behind me in the reflection, a second screen, already filled with new names and new timestamps, all starting at 3:33 a.m., which was still 5 minutes away. The radio clicked one final time, and a voice whispered almost kindly, "Next shift begins soon." Then static swallowed everything. We got the call at 3:12 a.m. But by the time I reached Highway 37, something was already wrong. Too wrong. The road was quiet, fresh rain still dripping from the trees, siren lights painting the empty highway in slow red and blue waves. No wreckage, no smoke, no bodies, just an open stretch of asphalt that looked like nothing had ever touched it. I stepped out of the patrol car slowly, radio still in my hand. "Dispatch," I said, "confirm incident location. I'm on scene, but there's nothing here." A pause. Then dispatch answered. But the voice wasn't steady. "It should be there." I looked around again. "Should be." Static filled the line for a second too long. Then another voice cut in. "Not dispatch. Unit 17. We already cleared it." My grip tightened. "What do you mean you cleared it? I'm first on scene." Silence. Then Unit 17 replied softly. "You're late." That word hit harder than it should have. Late. Like the accident had already finished happening. Like I was arriving after life had already left. I walked forward onto the road. The asphalt was wet but clean. No skid marks, no shattered glass, no burned rubber. Nothing. I knelt down anyway, scanning the surface like I might find something hidden. That's when I noticed it. A faint outline in the rainwater. Like something heavy had rested here recently. But even that was fading. As if time itself was erasing the evidence. My radio crackled again. Dispatch came back. Confirm visual confirmation of crash site. I hesitated. "There is no crash site," I said slowly. "Road is clear." A pause. Longer than normal. Then dispatch replied. "That can't be correct." I looked up at the empty highway. Something about the silence felt staged, like the world had been cleaned up too fast, too perfectly. I stood again and walked forward. A few meters ahead, I saw something small near the shoulder. A broken mirror. Side view mirror from a patrol unit. I picked it up. The glass was cracked but still reflecting faintly. And in that reflection, I saw wreckage, flipped cars, flashing lights, smoke rising into rain. A full crash scene that didn't exist in front of me. I froze. Then the reflection shifted, and I saw officers moving through it. Not me. Not my unit. Different uniforms. Different faces. But one of them turned toward the mirror and looked directly at me, like he could see me through it. I dropped the mirror instantly. It hit the ground with a sharp crack. When I looked again, it was just glass. Empty road. No wreckage. My breathing got heavier. "What is this?" I whispered. The radio suddenly changed tone again. Emergency frequency opened automatically. No one keyed it. It just opened, and voices poured through. Vast. Overlapping. Scene is secure. Multiple casualties removed. Road cleared for reopening. Dispatch confirmed no remaining units. I grabbed the mic. "Who is clearing these scenes?" I demanded. "I am literally standing at Highway 37 and there is nothing here." Silence. Then one voice answered. "Calm. Too calm. You're checking the wrong version of the road." My skin tightened. What does that mean? No reply. Instead, the radio switched channels on its own, and I heard something that made my stomach drop. A cleanup report, filed at 3:05 a.m. Before the call came in, before I even left the station. Incident at Highway 37 resolved. Units on scene confirmed extraction complete. No survivors remaining. No survivors. I stepped back slowly. "That's not possible," I said out loud, because I hadn't even been here at 3:05. I was still inside dispatch. Wasn't I? A sudden gust of wind passed through the empty highway. Cold, sharp, and for a split second, I smelled smoke. Burned metal. Then it was gone. Just like that. Like the memory of the crash existed only for a moment. I checked my dashboard camera log. It was blank. No footage of the drive here. No departure record. Nothing. Just a timestamp. Arrival confirmed 2:58 a.m. But I left at 3:12. I remember it clearly. I remember the call. I remember the sirens. I remember the road. So why did the system say I was already here before I left? My radio clicked again. This time dispatch sounded uneasy. "Unit on Highway 37. Confirm if any civilians remain on scene." I looked around the empty road. No civilians, no crash, no nothing. Another long pause. Then dispatch said quietly, "Then why did we already process the victims?" My throat tightened. "What victims?" Static burst through the line. Then a new report appeared on my system screen automatically. I didn't open it. It opened itself. Victim extraction confirmed. 3 bodies recovered. 1 officer unaccounted for. Scene cleared at 3:01 a.m. 3:01 a.m. Before I arrived. Before the call. Before anything. I stared at it until my vision blurred. "This isn't real," I said under my breath. But the highway didn't respond. It just stayed empty. Watching. Waiting. Then something changed. My patrol car, radio started playing audio from inside the vehicle itself. Not broadcast. Recorded. My voice. From earlier. But distorted. Rough. Breathing heavy. I think I'm seeing the aftermath before it happens. I jerked back. That wasn't me. I had never said that. Had I? The recording continued. Road is already cleared, but I can still smell it. My hands started shaking. Because I didn't remember recording this. But the system did. The recording ended with something I didn't want to hear. A second voice. Right beside mine. Whispering. You always arrive after you finish the job. I slammed the radio off. Silence hit instantly. Too heavy. Too absolute. Then I saw something ahead on the highway. A faint shimmer. Like heat rising from asphalt. But it wasn't heat. It was light bending. And as I stepped closer, the road itself looked wrong. Not broken. Not damaged. Just rewritten. Fresh paint where there should have been skid marks. Perfect asphalt where there should have been impact. Like someone had erased a violent story and replaced it with calm silence. But the silence felt wrong. Artificial. Like a lie painted too neatly. My radio crackled again. Unit 17 returned. Do you see it now? I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure who I was talking to anymore. Then Unit 17 added softly. You didn't miss the crash. You arrived after the correction. I swallowed hard. Correction. A pause. Then, the road fixes itself before you get here. My eyes moved slowly across the empty highway. Something about that sentence made my chest feel tight. Like the idea itself was dangerous. Like reality was being edited in real time. I whispered, who is doing it? The radio didn't answer immediately. Instead, I heard footsteps. Right behind me. Slow. Close. I turned fast. Nothing there. But the reflection in my patrol car window showed someone standing where I was a second ago. Wearing my uniform. Looking at me. Waiting. And then the radio spoke one last time. Not Unit 17. Not dispatch. Something else. Something lower. Calmer. Final. You are not arriving at the crash site. You are arriving after it remembers itself. The line went dead. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I was still responding to Highway 37 or becoming part of it. The first time the report changed on its own, I thought I had missed something. My hands were still on the keyboard, screen glowing in the dark dispatch room, rain hitting the window like it wanted inside. Highway 37 was already marked red across the map. But the logit blinked. Once, then the text shifted. I leaned closer. Unit 17, responding to collision near mile marker 19. I stopped breathing, because Unit 17 was me. And I had not said that out loud. I looked down at my radio, silent, no new transmission, no chatter, just the low hum of storm interference. Then the screen updated again. Officer reports one vehicle upside down, occupants still inside, one of them moving. My chair slid back before I even realized I had stood up. I had not left the station. I had not driven anywhere. Yet the report was describing a crash in real time. And worse, it was describing me inside it. I pressed my headset. Control, confirm Unit 17 status. Static answered first, long, heavy, like something breathing through the line. Then a voice slipped through. Not mine, but almost. You already arrived. I froze. The lights in the room flickered once, just once, like the building blinked. On the screen, the report kept writing itself. Officer steps out of vehicle. Rain is heavy, visibility low. He is not alone. I whispered, I am not there. No reply. But the text changed anyway. That is what he believes. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like I had fallen through the floor. I grabbed the log printout from the tray. Paper still warm, fresh ink smell. Same words. Same timestamp. Same impossible scene. Except now there was a new line forming underneath. And it was not typed. It was appearing slowly, like handwriting. Not digital, not system font. Something choosing letters. I leaned in despite myself. It said, "Look at the camera." I turned slowly toward the wall monitor. The body cam feed was already active. I never turned it on. But it was on. Black and white footage filled the screen. Rain highway, flashing emergency lights. My breath hitched. Because I was in it. Standing beside a wrecked cruiser on Highway 37. My cruiser. Except I was not wearing my current uniform. It was wet, mud-stained, torn at the shoulder. And I was moving. Talking. But I was not controlling my body. I saw my mouth form words before I heard them. I don't remember arriving here. A second voice answered from off camera. Calm, close. You always say that. My eyes darted around the dispatch room. Empty, still, just me and the storm. But the feed showed two figures now. One was me. The other was standing just behind my shoulder. Only I could not see him in real life. Only on screen. He wore the same uniform, same badge, but his face, it kept shifting slightly between frames, like the camera could not decide who he was. I whispered, "Who are you?" The answer came through the radio. Not the feed. Not the speakers. Directly in my headset. "You are the report." My skin went cold. The log on my screen updated again. Faster now. Officer continues investigation. Speaks to witness on roadside. I looked at the empty feed. Highway 37 stretched out in endless rain. No witness visible. Then the camera angle shifted. As if someone else had moved it. And there he was. A man standing at the edge of the road. So still it felt wrong. Too still. He was not blurred by rain, not affected by wind. He looked placed there. Like a cutout that reality forgot to animate. My voice on the feed asked him a question. I could not hear it yet. But the man answered immediately. "I've been waiting for you to write me down." My throat tightened. "What does that mean?" I whispered. The radio crackled again. And this time, the voice sounded closer than before. "Everything you record becomes real." I shook my head hard. "That's not possible." The log disagreed instantly. Officer denies reality of scene. Begins memory conflict. My chair creaked behind me. But I had not moved. Still, I felt like I was sitting in two places at once. In the station. And on the highway. The feed showed me stepping closer to the man. Rain splashing around boots. My voice on screen was calmer now, too calm. "Why are you here?" The man tilted his head. And for a second, his face looked like mine. Not identical, but familiar in a way that hurt. "I am what you haven't written yet," he said. My chest tightened. Because the log on my desk started typing faster. Like it was trying to keep up with something running ahead of it. Subject confirms existence of observer anomaly. I slammed my hand on the keyboard. Stop recording. Nothing stopped. The system ignored me. The screen flickered. and the feed showed something new. My body cam view turned slightly, just enough to show behind me. Another cruiser, parked in the rain, empty, except for the driver's door opening slowly, and someone stepping out. Me. Again. Same face, same uniform, but moving differently, like I was slightly out of sync with myself. I stumbled back from the monitor. No, I said, no, this is a loop, it's just corrupted data. But even as I said it, the log corrected me. Officer begins denial phase. My voice caught in my throat. I grabbed the radio again. Dispatch to any unit, confirm my location. Static. Then the same voice. Calm, patient. You are where you are being recorded. I turned off the monitor. It turned itself back on. I unplugged it. It stayed on. The feed was now full screen. No borders. No escape. Just Highway 37. And me. Both versions of me. Standing across from each other in the rain. The other me spoke first. You shouldn't be watching this. I felt my knees weaken. Why, I asked. He smiled slightly. Because I saw it in both faces. My report is already complete. The log on my desk began to glow. Not light from the screen. Something inside the paper itself. Letters burned upward like they were being carved into reality. Final entry, officer observed by unknown unit, designation unknown. My hands shook. I whispered, unknown unit. The radio clicked once, then answered, you are the unknown unit. The room tilted, just slightly, like gravity forgot its direction. On the screen, both versions of me turned toward the camera at the same time. And for the first time, I noticed something behind them. Not the wrecked cruiser. Not the rain. Something farther down Highway 37. A line of flashing lights. Too many. Too organized. All pointing toward me. The log updated one last time. And this time, it felt like it was speaking directly into my mind. Arriving unit confirmed. I whispered, I never left the station. The answer came softer now. Almost gentle. That is what makes you useful. The feed zoomed in on my face. Too close. Too detailed. Like the camera was inside my thoughts. The other me raised a hand slowly. Waving. Not at the witness. Not at the road. At me. And then the screen filled with static so dense, it sounded like screaming rain. The station lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then everything went still. When the feed returned, there was only the highway. Empty. No crash. No cruisers. No me. Just rain falling like nothing had ever happened. Except the log on my desk was still writing. One last line forming slowly. As if it was waiting for me to read it properly this time. Officer status, active, awaiting next incident. And underneath it, a second line appeared. Fresh. Still being written somewhere I could not see. Do not look at the monitor again. The screen in front of me blinked once more. And even though I swore it was off, I saw my reflection move. Without me.